Okay, thank you. Now that we're live, I'll open the meeting. Wednesday, the 31st of May, 2022. I'd like to start with apologies, please. Any apologies? Okay.
Mr Mayor, we have apologies from Councillor Howard and Councillor Vincent.
Councillor Howard and Councillor Vincent, could you note those, please? Councillor Williams has asked for early departure today to take her daughter to a medical appointment. So can I have a mover for that, please?
I'll move that.
Thank you, Councillor Larson. I'll second it. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Thank you, carried. Confirmation of agenda. I just want to advise the meeting that we will be removing items 5.6, 5.7 and 5.8. And I also wish to move the annual uniform plan through in front of Poutō speed limits so that we can address those while we've got any of attendance. Can I have a confirmation of agenda, please? I'll move that. Any seconders? Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Manderson.
Sorry, can you repeat that? What are we moving? Sorry?
7 and 8.
I'm moving 5.6, 5.7 and 5.8 to the front of the agenda.
The front, yeah.
And then I want to move annual plan in front of Poutō speed.
Okay.
Got a pretty big day and the Poutō speed one's so.
Yeah, no, that's all good. I just want to make sure I can follow the day.
Is it say the word vote?
All right, did we put that to the vote?
And they haven't yet, so put it to the vote.
Yeah, so all those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Okay, have we had any conflicts of interest, please?
None, but I want the camera to cover everyone, so I think it's cornered. I moved from here to here, so just in the recording, it's a good idea that everyone is seeing. Thank you. To achieve.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
So no conflicts. Okay, I'll move to public presentations today. I welcome Sarah Bray from Sustainable Kaipara. So it's all yours, Sarah, for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Notes for everyone to follow along.
I'm just going to stand this morning if that's okay, so I can assist with moving the presentation along. Good to, yep. Okay, kia ora koutou. I'm Sarah Bray from Sustainable Kaipara. I am here with my colleague Steph Gibson. We have been running Sustainable Kaipara for the last 3 years, and we're here this morning to let you know a little bit about the work we've been doing and our future waste solutions. Apologies for how fast I'm going to talk. 5 minutes is not very long, so hold on to your chairs, and you've got some notes there if you need to follow along. So briefly, I'm going to cover a little bit about us. I'm going to talk about waste in Kaipara, and then look at the 3 pillars that we see as waste solutions: recycling systems, behaviour modification and organic solutions. So very briefly, Sustainable Kaipara is largely funded by the Ministry for the Environment, about 91% of our funding. Also our co-funder, KDC, and we got a small startup grant from Foundation North. Yep. It's important to note that for every $1 that KDC has invested in Sustainable Kaipara, we've leveraged at least $10 from other funding sources. So we think that this shows that we are a good investment from the council's perspective. What have we done in the last 3 years? We've created 8 part-time jobs. We've diverted over 300 tonnes of waste from landfill and created 24 tonnes of compost. And we've engaged thousands of people. We've got great feedback from workshops, especially the compost workshops that Steph runs. We have an awesome website. I would encourage you all to go and have a look. It's full of resources on recycling guides in Kaipara. It's got an A to Z recycling, so you can look up things like batteries, etc., and find out what to do with them in Kaipara. And it's got all our signage and just a wealth of knowledge on the website. What do? We go into schools and we educate children. Yep. We run compost workshops because it's always better for people to compost or worm farm at home than it is for a curbside collection. Yep. We help businesses, so we go into businesses and help them reduce their waste. And we help events, so we educate vendors on their packaging choices, engage the public and minimise landfill. Waste in Kaipara. So as a lot of you will know, Kaipara's waste, and we're talking blue bags here, it's mostly organic. So about 41% of waste is made up of food scraps every week, and we need to get that out of these blue bags and out of going to landfill. So onto waste solutions. Yep. Recycling. So recycling is obviously a key part of any discussion around waste minimisation. The Ministry for the Environment is doing a large program of works at the moment that will actually transform the way that recycling is done in New Zealand, and they're phasing out problem plastics. So they, over a 3-year period, they're banning things like single-use produce bags, some kind of food packaging like some yogurt bottles, etc., that cannot be recycled easily. So they're actually removing those from the waste stream, which will again transform what we're doing. Waste and recycling systems can halve what we send to landfill, and we've seen this a couple of years ago. Tauranga halved what they sent to landfill by implementing this kind of bin system. And as we all know, KDC has these plans underway or coming up, and so that will transform recycling in Kaipara when it comes into place. Behaviour modification. So behaviour modification is, if we can, behaviour change is effective when it's well invested in and well designed. So we have a schools program, an industry collaboration program, a community engagement and activation program, and an events waste minimisation program. But onto organic solutions. Yeah. So organic solutions. So as we covered in that blue bag, a lot of that blue bag is food scraps. We've got to get those food scraps out of the blue bags and out of going to landfill. We already have the technology to compost organic waste in Kaipara. It's safe and non-polluting. It returns nutrients to our soil, which enhances local food production and increases climate resilience.
Oh, but where did Russell go to change all the things?
What do you have to do?
I was doing the volume. You know how the volume
Oh,
went?
don't worry, I'll be able to hear it, I think. Yeah, by that.
Okay, and it can be owned and operated locally, so it can create local jobs and economic development. So what does organics collections look like in Kaipara? So as you probably know, Sustainable Kaipara runs a food scrap collection service in Mangawhai. We pick up from households and businesses. That's our little food waste caddy there. Oh, not yet. And one back. Yep, cool. So what we would love to see is we want to roll this out across the district. We would like to collaborate with CBEC and the other Northland councils. So it's a district regional approach, and there's potential for 80% of funding from the Ministry for the Environment. They have $120 million currently to give out for organics infrastructure, and it's able to be set up really quite quickly. Yep, last slide. Oh, yeah, keep clicking. So what do we want from KDC? We want KDC to invest now in organic solutions in collaboration with Northland councils and CBEC. We want KDC to invest further in Sustainable Kaipara to run behaviour change and education programs. And we really want to work with you and collaborate with you. So we want to know if you guys share this vision. That was a quick run through, but love questions. Yeah.
Councillor Peninsula.
Can you please elaborate further on what you're asking of KDC? So taking us a little bit more in detail
okay.
each of those points.
Sure. So organic solution, as I mentioned, the ministry has mandated that every council has a curbside food scrap collection by 2030. So it is in the distant, but it is one way that we can actually halve what we send to landfill quite quickly and technically quite easily. So what we want to see happen is KDC work with the other councils in Northland, the Far North Council and Whangarei District Council, to collaborate with CBEC to implement region-wide composting solutions. So we would imagine a compost system in Mangawhai and one in Dargaville that collects from those two main townships and can collect from smaller townships in between, or they can have distributed models. So at the moment, CBEC, which is, I'm not sure if you guys are aware of CBEC, but it's a large organisation that operates across Northland, they have multiple social enterprises and have been operating for 30 years. They have an application in with the ministry to try and firm up this whole project and roll it out across the district. So that's that first one. And then the second one is behaviour change program. So currently we've had our behaviour change program funded largely by the Ministry for the Environment. They are no longer funding that kind of program. They're funding infrastructure. So we are looking to KDC to help us run that program going forward. Yeah. Does that answer your question? Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you through the chair. I just have one question. So what is stopping you to put those red bins for food, which you can collect in the commercial area in Dargaville? You pouch that. I'm happy to support that. You talked about those bins, which are in Tauranga, and we are struggling to get it here.
Yes.
Very expensive
Yes.
in the under system we have.
Yes.
And the blue bags, I think it's a challenge for you to find food and rest of the item. It's a waste of time and energy from sorting out from the blue bags, food items for composting and all. It makes sense to have a food only kind of plastic bins all around Dargaville Centre, wherever the food shops are in Victoria State.
Oh.
Can you do that?
Are you talking about public place bins?
Yes.
Okay. There are some public place recycling bins around the place, but it is my understanding that council is actually wanting to move away from that because they are so heavily contaminated. They're not well used. People don't read the signage and therefore the food scraps would end up contaminated. So it wouldn't be a good use of public funds, I don't think, publicly at the moment. The one we're trying to go after is the household food scraps.
But Auckland Council and other councils are using them. So how come Dargaville is different?
They do have really high contamination in Auckland City Council, but it's certainly something we could look at. We could cost it up for sure.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Look, Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins.
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. So I just wanted to clarify, you're envisaging if we could provide composting solutions district-wide, we could instantly halve our waste to landfill at a time when we're having to look at increasing the charges to landfill because the central government is making changes.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So will you be making a submission to the long-term plan for funding from KDC?
Yes, absolutely. I guess the difficulty at the moment is that there is that pool of funding from the ministry and they do want to allocate that sooner rather than later.
Right.
So we are working on a proposal at the moment, which will be submitted, yeah.
Sorry,
Councillor Peninsula.
just following on from that point, are the costings that you've done, do those hinge on the other councils also
It doesn't
signing in or?
It doesn't hinge on them, but the ministry is really wanting to support collaborative projects. They want to support big stuff. They don't want to kind of fund these small projects anymore. So they would look more favourably upon an application that incorporates the other councils.
Yeah, and they'll be different for the different areas as well, because obviously Bangladesh has got a much larger amount of organic waste, and Kaipara is actually what MFE is proposing at the moment is only towns that are over 1,000 that are not considered. They're going to be urban, so actually it's only at the moment they're only suggesting Dargaville and Mangawhai, so that's all that council would have to. But we would argue that we'd be travelling through those towns anyway, and the smaller models like we have in Mangawhai would work really well for some of our small towns like Mangatūroto, Paparoa, places like that. But Dargaville and Mangawhai would need something a bit like Raglan, which has got a similar population and 2,000 households sort of pickup. And then Whangarei obviously is going to need a larger, so it would be a combination of working together for this funding application, which looks at small to medium scale options, and it keeps it local as well. So rather than all our food scraps travelling out of Whangarei or somewhere else, we'd actually be able to keep it local and keep it back into our soils. So that's what we're really passionate about.
Councillor Williams, you have your hand up there.
Oh, you're on mute.
You're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you through the chair. The current organics collection service that you're running in Mangawhai at the moment, What is the current charge to homeowners for that? I just wondered.
Yeah, it's $25 a month. So they get a weekly pickup of a 23-litre bin. And then we've got a business service as well. Yeah. So
Okay,
it's a pay-use system.
And they can buy compost at a 50% discount if they're a member of the service.
okay.
Okay,
Awesome.
thank you
for
very
that.
much. Sarah, thank you for your presentation. Look, members, I know they can email you if they
Absolutely.
like any follow-up. So I thank you very much for the good work you do and for presenting today. Thank you. Okay, our next item is from Sue Coutts, who's online, I think. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
From Zero Waste Network.
Kia ora koutou. Yeah, as you've said, I'm Sue Coutts from the Zero Waste Network, and I'm here today to share some of the key things that we've been learning so far on our work around the issues surrounding waste to energy incineration. I know it's something that you guys have an interest in, and I want to first of all acknowledge the importance of local economic development to the Kaipara District Council. The 74 organisations across the Zero Waste Network also share your interest. We use recycling, reuse and composting to create local economic development and jobs in our regions. And at the moment, we employ about 1,400 people across the country and turn over about 91 million. What we're seeing is a lot of energy and money going into developing waste to energy incineration proposals like the ones that we're seeing pop up in Waimate, Te Awamutu, Fielding and Kaipara. And the incineration argument tends to hinge on the idea that it's better to burn rubbish and recover some energy from it than to put it into landfill. But what we would say, or what we would argue, is that burning rubbish and burying rubbish are both disposal strategies that take us in the wrong direction. Councils and government are heading towards a low waste, low emissions future, and your climate action plan is a really good example of how you're doing that locally. Globally, the two big sources of emissions from waste sector are methane from organics in landfill and CO2 emissions from burning plastics. And it doesn't really make sense for Kaipara to create a big new source of emissions just when other parts of the world are stepping back from incineration. If you look at Denmark, that's being used as an example of a country that imports and burns rubbish. But at the moment, they can't meet their emissions reduction targets, so they're starting to shut down their incinerators. And their advice at the moment is that you're better off to invest in reuse, recycling and composting. Europe's created a set of definitions to clarify what sustainable economic activity looks like, and incineration has been excluded from that, and they consider it to be an inefficient use of materials and a technology that delays or harms the transition to a circular economy and waste prevention. So if you think about the risks created by incineration, it's worth just stepping through an example of that. So mixed rubbish feedstock that you'd burn in an incinerator contains many different types of materials, plastics and additives, plastic and metal composites, a lot of coatings on all sorts of materials, electronics, textiles. And when you burn it, it doesn't magically disappear, it just changes its form. So you get emissions to air and emissions to water, and around about 20% of the weight remains as bottom ash, which needs to be disposed of or used in some way. It has a very high pH, so it's around about 11 or 12, and it contains a lot of problematic materials like lead, mercury, arsenic, cadmium, and it also contains organic chemicals which are problematic, like persistent organic pollutants, which are toxic, can bioaccumulate, and they're also endocrine disruptors. And so there's some good recent research from Europe investigating the issues associated with using bottom ash in roading and construction, and they concluded that it has to be very carefully managed because of its chemistry, so that's the concentration of problematic elements, and also the mobility of these when they interact with the environment. The risk around the chemical hazard from bottom ash is a function of the safeguards that we have in place that are like our regulations and our standards framework. And given that in New Zealand, our regulatory and testing safeguards are inadequate to assess and manage the risks associated, it's really critical that we apply the precautionary principle when we're dealing with things like, when we're considering the use of something like bottom ash. I know that economic development is very important to you guys, and if you're looking for sustainable economic opportunities, we would say that incineration is not the answer. The 350 million upfront capex cost has to be paid off over time. And the way that that works is councils get locked into long-term contracts to supply rubbish to incineration companies. One of the, maybe one of the few benefits of landfills is that they allow councils to steadily reduce waste disposal over time. And you've just heard from Sustainable Kaipara about the opportunities that are coming on stream to do that. With the waste levy increasing and product stewardship schemes coming up, it makes a lot of sense to invest in local and regional resource recovery facilities. And sites in our network are already consistently devoting 70% of the material, so we know that this kind of investment is worthwhile. Burning fossil fuel and plastics doesn't create renewable energy. It creates CO2 emissions. And if you're looking for renewables, you're better off to invest directly in wind or solar. Northland Council is already working together well to support the development of the renewable energy zone, and incineration is not a good fit with that. 350 million could buy you 175 megawatts of renewable electricity, which will power 80,000 Northland homes. So what do we, what's the nature of the situation at the moment? These incineration companies are looking for investors and markets across New Zealand because the door's already closed in other parts of the world for them.
The 5 minutes, just I'll give you another minute, Sue.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Just about there. Yeah, so New Zealand's an easy target because we don't have strong rules or guidance in this space yet. Our regulatory framework's not set up to deal with incinerator applications. Small towns and councils are being targeted, and you're facing the burden of having to do all the due diligence around the risks and uncertainties and costs and benefits of these proposals. The MFE guidance is really high level, and it doesn't give local and regional councils the support they need to make good decisions. The evidence that's coming to the table is not being critically examined under the current decision-making process, and for a good example of that's in Fielding, where an independent expert was very critical of the quality of the information in the application, as well as the independent Section 42A assessments of the application that came through the Regional Council. So, our suggestion is that while you're looking at this, that you join forces with other councils who are going through the same process. A good place to start is Waikato. The councils there working together across the region, and they've commissioned a report to review waste to energy technologies that will be released very soon. And so, yeah, really happy to answer any questions that you may have or to supply any of the information that we've gathered so far.
Any questions, please? Councillor Aaron Wilson Collins.
Thank you. Hi Sue, thank you very much for your presentation. Just to clarify this waste to energy plants, I'm not aware of any currently operating in New Zealand. Is that correct? Like you've mentioned several councils looking into it, but
there are no large-scale waste-to-energy incineration plants burning mixed rubbish in New Zealand at the moment. We haven't chosen to go down that path. There's a number of applications on the table in places like Waimate, Fielding. Fielding, there's one which is called a pyrolysis plant, which is very similar. It's a form of incineration. And also in Te Awamutu, there's one as well. And so we're seeing a lot of councils are being approached by companies saying, hey, waste to energy is the latest and greatest thing. And we're getting a lot of questions and approaches from people around the country wanting to know a bit more about it so they can make a good decision around this.
Right, okay. Thank you for that.
Councillor Ashna.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. You did mention about Denmark stopping this waste to energy. Did I hear it wrong? Are there any countries who are actually going for it? Because I was told when I was campaigning that a lot of areas, they were quite successful. So would you really compare the ifs and buts of it?
Yeah, I think the critical thing when you're making a decision about waste to energy, there's some people are going ahead with them, some people are walking away from them. And generally the people that have been working with waste to energy for the longest are the ones that are walking away. In Denmark, as I said, they've traditionally imported a lot of rubbish to burn in their incineration facilities. And what the problem that they're running into now is that if they continue to do that, they're emitting a large amount of CO2 and they can't meet their emissions reduction targets, which are, as you understand, that's a big mission for, everyone in the world. So burning plastic, you're burning fossil fuel, which is CO2, you're emitting CO2. So a lot of the European countries, we're seeing Scotland with a moratorium on any new plants. We're seeing plants being shut down around the world. We're seeing people starting to shift it towards what they would call more sort of circular economy strategies, like prevention at source, or more reuse and recycling strategies, in order to not create the waste in the first place. Yeah, it's both incineration and landfill disposal strategies, and they just reinforce the linear model that we have at the moment of extracting a lot of material, using it for a short time and disposing of it. And as we know, we've got a lot of issues associated with environmental damage and biodiversity risks and those types of things, which are, if we can reduce the amount of material we're pulling into our economy, then we're going to have a much better chance of taking care of the environment that we have.
Thank you.
Councillor Peninsula.
I'm not too sure whether you heard the previous presentation. It talked about 41% of our waste being organic and a move to potentially over time reducing almost half of our waste, and thinking ahead to the 2040 targets and the education that's going on at the moment. I would assume that a lot of our waste would decrease over time anyway, and putting aside commercial waste, which isn't within the scheme of the council, we're talking about domestic waste. What percentage would you think out of that, what percentage would you think would be able to go into the waste to energy machine, and what percentage of that inorganic waste would not be able to go in because of its, because it's not suitable to be burnt?
Well, basically, when you set up a big incinerator, they become a magnet for all the rubbish in the region. So they depend on bulk flow. That's the way it works with large capex spend. That's why councils get locked into these long-term contracts to supply all of their material, whether it's recyclable or not, whether it's compostable or not, whether it's reusable or not, all ends up going into the incinerator. The strategy that government has put in place, and the new legislation, and the ways that council are working at the moment and choosing to invest, tending to prioritise increasing recycling, as the guys at Sustainable Kaipara did a good job of describing how that's working at the moment, and definitely focusing on pulling as much organics out of landfill as we can, out of disposal streams as we can. And it's around the country we've got good examples where there's at least 70% of the material is being diverted. There's a small amount that is still we need better strategies to be able to recycle that effectively, or to reduce it.
You're talking about 70% of inorganic waste is being diverted?
No, of the total stream, yeah. So in places where our members are working and they're able to control the whole stream coming in, they're able to divert 70% of the total waste stream, yeah.
Yes. Any further questions? One from me, Sue.
Yep.
Your organisation was formed in about 1995, is that right?
No, we started about the middle of 2000s, about 2006.
That was when Stephen Tyndall sponsored it?
No, it's a different thing. There was the Zero Waste Trust, which was run, or Stephen Tyndall sponsored it, and that was in like 99, I think. But that's a whole different organisation. That's nothing to do with us.
So how do you measure your success?
Well, basically, we do it in jobs and local economic development. Like I was saying, we have about 75 organisations around the country which are turning over $91 million. We've created 1,400 jobs. So for most of us, that's one of the critical reasons that we get started or get engaged with reuse, recycling, composting, those types of projects. And then another way we measure success is our diversion rate. So our network at the moment, in terms of recycling, we divert about 63,000 tonnes. a year. And then in terms of organics and compostable, another 140,000 tonne a year. So around about 200,000 tonne a year of material that we're diverting, and we consider that's reasonable effort for some smaller community organisations.
So it appears to me that you measure a large part of your success by what you divert from landfill. Do you understand that since around 2000, our waste volumes to landfill have increased, have only ever decreased due to economic recession or during COVID?
Yes, I do, and I'd say that's because we're not investing in the, we're continuing to spend most of the bulk of our budgets on disposal strategies. We're not choosing to invest in the things up the hierarchy that would make a difference. And I would say that that's, Auditor General's Office said that unless councils and government start to invest in reduction strategies, they're going to face, this in 2006, they said this, that they're going to face increasing costs for waste disposal over time. And I'd say that that's been totally true. Now, we've seen a real reluctance from councils or government to invest in and support the things higher up the waste hierarchy. Small organisations like ours have done our best, but we don't control the large funding streams that councils and government do. And so we've done the best with the opportunities that we've had available to us so far. And I think we've done a pretty good job in that respect. But yeah, until we have solid commitment from councils and government to go up the hierarchy, we're not going to change things.
So given that waste volumes have continued to go up, and you talk about long-term contracts, do you think that a landfill as proposed in the Dome Valley, where they've spent, correct me if I'm wrong, but upwards of towards 50 million, do you think they're going to build that without thinking they're going to continue to get contracts for waste?
I think that landfills and incineration plants are both the same thing. They both depend on continual stream of material coming into them for the economics to work. When in the places around the world where we've seen the most fabulous transitions to, recycling, composting, all of those things are places where there's a lot of pressure on to build a new facility. And generally that sparks off a lot of new investment. People say, instead of blowing 350 million on an incinerator or the equivalent on a new landfill, let's actually go commit ourselves to some of these other things up the hierarchy. And they'll put in resource recovery infrastructure, or they'll put in composting infrastructure, invest in behaviour change programs like the Sustainable Kaipara guys were suggesting, to actually change the game so that they don't have that rubbish pouring through their system. And we know that it's pretty easy to get 70% of it out if you choose to invest in that work.
Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins.
Thank you. Hi, Sue. It's Erin again.
Yeah.
I'd be interested to know, does your organisation have any theories on why there's such a reluctance from councils to invest in reduction of waste rather than end of life waste strategies?
I think that there's a lot of pressure on councils to take care of, the expectation is that councils will look after waste management, which basically is the bottom of the hierarchy stuff, around making sure that we do a good job of safely storing all of our excess materials in landfill. And then gradually over time, we've started to invest in recycling. But one of the problems is that if you're running both systems at the same time, then you have a double cost. So in order to reduce waste, you have to spend money up front, and that is a barrier. What we've seen is government coming to the party and starting to increase the waste levy, which will shift money and makes money available for investing in the resource recovery side. And so I think we're seeing the game change. We're also seeing government start to implement the product stewardship schemes, which will give us the revenue that we need to cover the cost of the work. So something like at the moment you guys are paying for curbside collection for beverage containers. If we put in place something like a container return scheme, all of that is fully funded by the scheme itself. So that the cost of all of the beverage container recycling gets taken off councils and put onto the user or the purchaser and the producer. And so that means that you start to have budget opening up to spend on other things, or to take the, just takes the burden off the ratepayer.
Right, thank you.
Councillor Larson.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. See if I can move into the camera. Hi there. I'm not sure whether you can see me or not. I just looking at the whole concept of zero waste, and just interested to understand, are there any cities that have managed to achieve zero waste where they don't have residual waste going to landfill or waste to energy?
There's a lot of places where they're working very hard on it, and there's a number of cities like, say, Christchurch and Timaru, where they implemented their 3-bin systems and they were able to get some really substantial changes to the amount of material that was going to landfill. Overseas, we're seeing cities like Amsterdam commit to reducing the amount of material that's coming even across the borders into their cities. So they're looking at circular economy from the front end as a preventive, looking at prevention rather than disposal at the end of life. And that is having some, they're getting some really good wins over there as well. It's quite common for the municipal proportion of material to be 60–70% diverted to recycling and composting in large cities across Europe.
Thanks very much. So at best, maybe you would still end up with 30% of your tonnage needing to go to either a landfill or a waste to energy plant. Would that be correct?
Well, I think that it depends on the strategies you choose to employ. If we could get, once we've got these bulk materials we can lift out, there are people who are, down to 10%, and some parts of Europe, they're looking at, 10% is all that's left to go into landfill or to go to incinerators. But that does take different types of investment, looking at some of those higher order things. So you need to have things like electronic waste, good electronics programs, all of those kinds of things would need to kick in for that to happen. But I think the idea of using zero waste strategies to head towards a more resourceful way of living is really kicking off. And like the Mayor was saying, we have been talking about it for a while, and people are starting to get the idea that it's really good practice, and we're seeing a lot of business around the world. A lot of the global businesses are starting to get behind it as well.
Thanks very much.
Kia ora.
Any more questions?
Just a small one again.
One from Ashna.
Yeah, just a final one. Thank you, Sue.
Yeah.
Are you investing, because when we talk about waste, is the mind change in all the people? You have to generate a thing that we should recycle or compost rather than which would be delivered to landfill or waste to energy. Have you invested in that thought? Or I'm just thinking in terms of council. Have you went around and said which council is actually encouraging people not to generate any waste and rewarding them in terms of some rate rebate or something like that? Have you come across any council like that?
To be honest, I haven't got any idea in my mind of a good example at the moment, but I do see, we're seeing all of our organizations invest heavily in that. That's a big part of our work. We combine providing practical services with community engagement and behavior change work every day. That's part of the service that we offer, same as Sustainable Kaipara was describing. They're involved with people at events, they're involved with businesses, they're involved with community members. They're working hard to get organic services up and get people on board with those. So I think there's a lot of people around the country doing that. And if you look at Auckland Council, Wellington Council, they do have big budget for behavior change and education work, which they invest. I think that's a long game. And I think that there's also a question about whether or not as individuals, we do have some ability to choose what we purchase, but we're not in control of some of those big flows of materials. The big C&D, construction and demolition flows, are outside of our control. And so, we really need to have a whole system approach to that type of thinking. And we're seeing that starting to come now.
Thank you.
With the changes that we're seeing in government.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you for your presentation, Sue.
Yeah, kia ora. Thanks for the time. I really appreciate it.
Okay. Next on our presentations this morning is Kerry Wilson requesting a public meeting regarding Dargaville Theatre and Town Hall. Thank you, Kerry.
Morning, my name's Kerry Wilson. I've been living in the area for well over 10 years now. Now, I'm just going to cut to the chase, and this is all off the cuff. And there's really only one real question that I'm here to hopefully get answered. Now, this is regarding the theatre. Yay, the theatre is going to open on the 1st of July, which is really awesome. Now, how it all rolled was I saw something on social media, town hall being demoed. I actually thought, wow, what? And I didn't take much notice of it. But anyway, I went to the movies, and then a couple of days later, I saw Vern giving his spiel about the theatre closing down. I thought, what? So I speak to a lot of people in Dargaville. The petition is about getting some clarity from the council regarding a public meeting. Now, the general consensus is that people want an evening meeting because a lot of people work. Now, it is well known that the town hall had issues and asked the council years before about the leaky problem. It got to that bad a stage that mushrooms were growing. Now, that building is it's not very old. It's built in the early 90s. I've done a bit of homework on it. Now, there was an article in the Herald, and that building, and it's known because the locals speak to me, and that was substandard building. So a town hall is extremely important to a town. So people want a public meeting, and for Craig, for you to address what is the vision about the town hall. Now, the old council buildings were going to be demoed. They ended up being renovated. The new council buildings, it's well known, it's 6,000 a week. Now, we're supposed to be living in a democracy, which is by the people, for the people, of the people. Now, it's the general consensus is people want an evening meeting to ask what is the vision for the town hall. And I put out the petition because I listen to a lot of people, and it's no use going and whinging behind closed doors. What is going to happen moving forward? Renovating, rebuilding. Now, a lot of people in the Kaipara and Dargaville is, I've lived all over New Zealand. She's a busy little hub, you know. People are pretty proud of this part of the world. So I am here today to address you, and I do appreciate you taking my call when I found your number and you took my call. This is not the easiest thing for me to do, to get up and stand here. So I'm going to keep it very clear that the petition and listening to the people, yay, the theatre, but where is the town hall going? What is going to happen? So I'm going to throw it at you. Craig, you said you check your diary. A bit of transparency. Yeah.
Thank you, Kerry. I mean, as I told you, I'm quite willing to do public meetings. There's no point in having one too early in terms of the theatre, because we were in the middle of trying to strike a resolution for that theatre. I'd actually like, we'll take questions first, and then maybe we'll fill in from there.
I can't speak on the whole of people. I am just putting it out there to you that this is what the people want. They want the vision for Dargaville. the general thing that people are whinging about is they're going, oh, all the money's going to Mangawhai. And they want to know what's happening in Dargaville.
There's an unfortunate set of circumstances in Dargaville with the conditions of some of the buildings here, as we all know. And then we're caught in the cleft stick of how do we fund moving forward to replace some of those buildings. And we're certainly building a vision on how we can make Dargaville a better place and provide those services that the community requires. That's ongoing and it will remain so for some time, I'd imagine.
So the building's just going to lie there dormant and nobody's going to know what's happening with it. Because I do have a bit of an obligation. Social media is a very good thing if it's used in the right fashion. Now, when you talk to locals about infrastructure, building, like the whole area is full of some very talented people, you know? Leaky, like apparently the council in Whangarei have a leaky building as well. I mean, I know that you've just come on board and this problem has been going on for years, the leaky. People were trying to tell the council for years about the leakiness. And now it's got that bad that it's going to, like, a demolition is not cheap.
The options need to be looked at and we've certainly been looking at them. Can I have an update from from CE Maris regarding
Sure, Mr.
where we're
Mayor.
at with some of this?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kerry, just a big thanks for coming on and talking to the council today.
Well, yeah.
Obviously not easy for you, and I acknowledge that. I also acknowledge everything you've said and history. So there has been a lot going on over the last few years in this space, right? So I want to firstly acknowledge how important the town hall and of course the cinema and the cinema folks here today to Dargaville and the community, part of the social fabric, which is why we've been working really hard in the background with Councillor Wilson Collins to find that solution, and we're very happy to be able to cooperatively get that, which is good. History-wise though, so it's a classic leaky building and it's not the town, it's the addition, the 90s addition is what you're talking about. Previously in previous long-term plan conversations, we took the council through that, we consulted with the public and the decision of the previous council was to demolish because of the cost involved. It was estimated to cost between 4 to 5 million to remediate, and it's quite expensive for our community.
Yes.
So bear with me. I'm just trying to give you a little history. I don't want to give, there's so much history to this. I can't do it all in 5 seconds, but I just want to summarise for you. And so during the long-term plan conversation, the previous council agreed that we would formulate a trust, because trusts have access to far more funding than council can get. The less of drain on the ratepayer to work on the Dargaville sort of hub there, including the library as well as the town hall area. Okay. What happened then was the Three Waters Better Off funding package came along. So that was roughly $16 million promised to council from the government, and the council made a decision to investigate how we could use that funding to create the library and in that area. Unfortunately, the bulk of that funding has now been removed from that Three Waters scheme. So we've taken 2 steps forward to take 3 steps backwards, is what I would say. I'm getting to your vision. What we need to do as a council here and staff and council is work together in the next LTP and work out a way we can actually do this and remediate or create something that's benefit for the community. There is an opportunity, and the council are working through this over the next few weeks regarding the use of tranche 2 funding in the Better Off funding package, and that's a possibility, but we're working through council on that.
So the bottom line is the community want to talk about it on an open platform.
Yeah, fair.
And the evening is because people work, like when this first came about and I put it out there, can't make it working, can you put my name down, you know, so the community want to talk to you guys and throw their ideas out and get a vision. You know, I mean, you know, we all know that money makes the world go round, eh?
I think, Kerry, we've got a situation here where we are moving forward with a lot of these issues.
Yep.
They are complicated.
Yes,
And we certainly have an open process where the community can talk to us.
right,
And
on an evening meeting.
well, I'm quite happy to have an evening meeting at some point, only if it's worthwhile at the time and we've got something to offer that's new. But at this stage, this council collectively is working, try and create a situation where we can improve some of the facilities in this town and return it so that you have a town hall. In terms of the theatre, I'm really heartened by the fact that the community worked together to get a solution, even though it's a temporary one. But I'd like to thank Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins in that regard. I know she worked hard with some of our local people like John Pickworth, etc. And we collectively with the theatre, we came to an arrangement that, despite it's temporary, it will continue to give service to the community. Councillor Peninsula.
Sorry, can I just quickly say that we actually have a discussion on formally reallocating the tranche of better off funding that was referred to, reallocating that potentially to the town hall. There's right now presently no point in us meeting with the public until we have the funding, because we can go in and, you know, everyone can say, you know, we want this, we want that. But if we don't have the funding to be able to say, well, that's potentially what we can do, then it's just not the right timing. But once we have these, make these official decisions and we have some source of funding, then we can, would absolutely love to hear from the community. There's so many things that we could do with that space. We've sort of, even at our previous briefing, we talked about the potential for that, and, you know, and it got us really excited about, you know, what we can do with that. So, yeah, thank you for your presentation, and we are seriously taking the consideration.
Can you give me something to put out on social media?
Yep, so we're currently considering.
My grapevine is very good.
So we're currently for the library, that's on the table as a reallocation towards the town hall. And there was a concept design that was released by council a couple of weeks ago.
Sorry.
Those are two. Yeah, so those are two things that are
right
out there in the stratosphere.
Yeah, you know.
Councillor Erin Wilson.
Just real quick, I just want to clarify, because I'm not sure if you're talking to the community.
Yes.
Can you please make it very clear that the town hall itself is not being demolished? It is the annex, it is the foyer area and the toilets and all that kind of stuff. So the actual town hall that's been there since time immemorial for someone like me will still be a standing building.
Good.
Okay? Because I don't think that's clear.
No. Okay. And things like this, I need to put out to the people, and then when you have the funding, address an evening meeting. I mean, people will have some good ideas, you know, stormwaters, roading, and we have spoken about some of the contractors that do the work that aren't doing it.
Thank you, Kerry. Thanks for your presentation. And just be mindful, I think this council is really on top of what needs to happen, and we are moving. But as always, funding is a big issue. Look, we need to, by the way, I don't do social media, so keep the emails to me.
I mean, I didn't put anything bad up there, so a few people call me bitch and like that.
Used to plenty of bad, but anyway. Thank you very much for being brave enough to
transparency to put it.
Okay, we've got to move on. We've got a big day. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, George Batistich from Oruawharo Road. Is he here?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Welcome.
Well, one and all. I've never been to one of these sort of meetings. But I'm here today, being asked to come on, have a talk. I'm from Oruawharo. I'm a seventh generation. My name is George Batistich, part of Dargaville, part of Kaipara, part of Russell, part of Waitangi, part of Oruawharo, Hokianga. It just goes on. So I'm here to talk about our road. I can go back. If anybody here knows who Charlie Connolly is, he's passed on now. He was the fifth generation for our road. And he told me then, he said, when they put that forest in there, when this is going way back beyond, that the royalties off there, just pass steal our road, told by council. So you fellas probably got all that written somewhere, don't ask me where. And the other thing is, our road is a hell of a mess. Old people out there, well, I'm 73, going on 73. And we've got people out there can't walk. We've got a kuta out there. And ministry's trying to take it to Kaiwaka. We don't want it to go to Kaiwaka. We take the mana away from our marae if we do that. If we let the kuta go, we want to keep our kuta there. Because we're getting on now, and me, the wife, and a lot of home people, we fought for that school. We got that school. Now we got a stuff road. Myself, I've been in roading for 20 years, if not more. I'm just coming out this morning. I think we got 7 or 9 sets of culverts crossing our road, and I think only 3 of them work. So you imagine what happens when we get all this rain, which has been happening, which is out of the norm. And we're left with these drains over the roads, and you have to turn around and go home. Because you're wrecking your car. Well, I got 2 brand new tires put on my runabout out here. I've had 2 punches already, and they're brand new tires. That's ridiculous. You know, and they're not cheap. The other thing is, we're sick of everybody saying to us, watch this space, we're doing something. Yeah, we've been watching it all right. Last year before, I think, I'm not too sure. I think it might have been someone from council, or the lady from council. She said to me, George, we're starting to move things on your fellow's road. Well, the mayor himself and his deputy, they've been out there and had a look at it. I don't think they like to live on a road like that, do you? I'm pretty sure you wouldn't. And I pay my rates, they're all up to speed. And a lot of other people out there pay their rates. I like to leave here with something positive, but I suppose business is business. You go to the back bottom of the queue and you're waiting to hear from you guys. So I could tell the people what the heck. And the contract you fellas got out there, the contractors, They live just up the road here, the branch. Well, I was a foreman for Fulton Hogan a long time. Those people wouldn't even be in my books, mate. Fellas ought to be ashamed of putting those fellas on the bloody disgrace. They're cowboys, mate. They're cowboys. I've never seen in my whole life I drive graders. I've never seen anybody grade a road and then they put a windrow of metal on either side of the road and then bugger out the gate. And we've got these culverts that are blocked and we've got windrows around the culverts so the water not supposed to come over there to go onto the road, to causing these drains. That's a joke. That's crazy. You know, if you fellas grow a bit of bee and go down there and tell them they lost their contract, it'd be even better. Offer it to me, I'll show you how to grade a road.
Yeah.
I don't think they know how to, what the heck they're doing. We've had trucks come out there with metal. We got one fella driving it and the other fella walking behind with a shovel. And they, all day just about, to do one truckload. You know, mate, I pay my rates. Come on, give us a break. It's like that lady's talking about her building. It's leaking. Well, that's been going on for years everywhere. There's only so much you can do. I know that. I used to be in business myself. But, yeah, and we were told we were going to get 2.5 kilometres every so many years of tar seal. Well, we've had, I don't know how much we've had, probably 5 kilometres, I suppose. I'm not too sure. Coming up to the edge of the forestry there. Mr. Mayor knows where I'm talking, and young Mr. Larson. And there's another 10 or 12 kilometres of road there yet. We're still waiting. And we were promised this back in 5 generations ago when the forestry first started out there. Because they reckon, well, the royalties off the forestry will cover you for this road. You should have just given us all shovel, mate. We would have done it ourselves. And that's, yeah, so we're at Oruawharo. I'm in Oruawharo, and that's the name of our road. Why we get left out is beyond me. Well, that's what it seems to us. We seem to be always left out. So I've had problems living on the edge of the boundary. I ring Walkwith, I want to put up a garage, and they say, oh no, you're not in our jurisdiction. I ring Whangarei, oh no, you're too close to Wellsford, Walkwith. What the hell are we supposed to do? You know, that's what goes on. You guys drew up the boundaries, I presume, not us. Yeah, that's really what I'm here to say, just talk about this road. I'm not worried about anybody else's at the moment. Like I said, I'm 5 generations.
Thank you, George. I think rather than ask you questions, you want to ask to answer questions. Jonathan Larson's got his hand up there.
Oh, pick up road, it's a bit harder. I never heard a thing sitting back there. That's another thing you've got to make room for. Well, deaf fellas can't hear nothing back there. Maybe we should be over here.
He'll speak up for you, George.
Hey?
He'll speak up for you. He's got such a voice. He should be able to talk a bit loudly as well.
Thank you, George. Thanks for coming and seeing us. I really appreciate you making the effort.
Yeah.
And you know, we've had some conversations, and the mayor and I have taken the manager and now the manager of the NTA around the district to look at some of these issues. And I share your concerns about our roading and the maintenance. And so, I mean, I'd like to draw on your knowledge and from your background, if you could just explain to us the sequence that you would follow if you came to a road that had been put into a state of disarray as yours has. What would the sequence be? What would you do first when you were going to fix it up and bring it back into shape?
Well, that road at the moment needs at least 3 cuts on it. heavy cuts with a grader.
Yes.
And then you put your metal on and roll it. It's basic.
What about the drainage?
And then get your drainage, well, you've got all these excavators and all that, whatever. Get them out there and clean them out. Those ones across the road, shove a wire through it with a chain on the end of it. You get a machine down the other end and pull a tile straight through. It'll clean the culvert, you have to pull it out of the ground. That's what you gotta do. And just clean the drains. It'd be better if we had tile seal. Then you probably won't see me again.
So would you fix the drainage before you started grading?
Oh, of course you would.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because at the moment, like I said, we've got mounds of dirt. And of course, I rang those people, I said, well, what's the idea of grading like that? Oh, we wait till later on, we bring it all back in. I said, but it's full of mud, mate. Where's your brains? You're sitting on them. Simple as that. I'm talking about, what do you call that outfit? Start with V. Cowboys.
Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, George, for coming and giving this presentation. I went around the whole Kaipara and people voiced the similar concerns which you have. So as a council, what we are trying to do is bring the work from those big companies as far as possible to local contractors like yourself who know how to do these things. And they're not lost in translation of who does what, because we have to deal with NRC in some culverts, we have to deal with NTA, we have to deal with, all those things. So there are challenges and I'm committed as much as you are. And I'm sure rest of us as well too.
Well,
but we'll draw on your knowledge from time to time. Thank you.
When they inspect the roads, mate, you don't inspect the city in your wagon, eh? I've asked them on the roadside, what do you do? Are we inspecting a road?
George, thank you very much for presenting to us. I think you're giving us the message that we're getting from a lot of contractors, ex-contractors who know what they're looking at. And there's certainly some major changes need to be made with what's occurring out there with our roading.
How far does that road go?
Sorry?
How far does that road go? Sorry, I'm asking Mr. Larson. He's from out that way, so he should know.
Been out there numerous times, so.
How far does it go? Does it go to Coutts Gate? You know where Coutts is, eh? Right down the back of the right down the back there.
Well, every time I've been out there, I've driven until I got to the point where I was going through the gateway and it was time to turn around.
Yeah, because we've told the grader driver, I said, hey, mate, I'm sure it's 12 kilometres of road here, you grade. And he said, yes, to Chris Farrs. I said, no. I said, that's not 12 kilometres, mate. And I'm at 10.5.
Thank you, George. Look, I want to push you away, but we've got a big day and we've taken that on board. I appreciate you coming to tell us your concerns because we need telling regularly, I think, to keep us on top of this and make us take some action. Thank you.
Yeah, no, we appreciate it first and get something rolling, you know.
Thank you.
From flood to flood, I know things are changing. And it is changing. This is their normal. It's too warm to be winter.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, mate.
Yeah, let's come around this one. We'll introduce you to our General Manager of Infrastructure, so you guys are linked.
Come on, Mum.
Okay, shall we move on? Thank you very much. Let's move on to what's next. Agenda is to confirm the open minutes of the council meeting 26th of April to 2023. So confirm the minutes is presented. Who would like to move that? Councillor Aaron Wilson Collins, thank you. Second that, Ashna. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. 3.2, confirmation of the minutes of fees and charges, hearings and deliberations, 25th of May 2023. Confirm the minutes as presented. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Aaron Wilson-Collins, thank you. A seconder? I'll second that. Thank you. Discussion? All those in favour say aye. Those against? Carried. Move on to 5.1, which used to be 5.6 in the original agenda, and that is the recommendation. I'd like to move that we resign its membership from Local Government New Zealand for the 2023-24 membership year. Do I have a seconder for that?
I can say.
Councillor Nair, thank you. CE Jason Maris is presenting this item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before I introduce it briefly, perhaps we got a deputation at this item?
That's right.
So we have LGNZ online, I believe. I think, do we have Craig Little and Scott Nicklin there, I believe? Mr. Mayor, if you're okay to hand over to them for 5 minutes?
Sure. Where you go?
Tēnā koutou katoa, thank you very much. I'm Scott Nicklin, the Deputy Chief Executive at LGNZ, and I'm also joined by Mayor Craig Little, Mayor of Wairau. Welcome, Craig. Good to see you.
Good everyone, and I met Craig, and I don't know whether Jonathan, I can't really see who's in the room, but the other day, and welcome, and also I'd like to say good day to everybody else.
Yeah, welcome. Thank you,
Jonathan.
Craig is on our National Council, and I thought it'd be good for him to join us today. Look, thank you very much for the opportunity to talk to you this morning. Look, we value and appreciate all of our members, and we also really value the opportunity to receive your feedback, whether that's directly through us, through our National Council members, or via your kind of sector and zone representatives. I understand that you're discussing this item today, and we just wanted to kind of touch on a couple of points, and Craig, I'm sure will chip in as we go. I guess the first thing I want to kind of note that we work across a vast range of policies. I guess the headline over the recent years has been Three Waters, and I just wanted to touch on that briefly, just to clarify, I guess, our position in that space. We have never expressed unqualified support for the government's model. We've worked very hard to kind of tweak and help that process and assist members through that process. We secured funding to support councils during that time. We negotiated with the government to get an 8-week feedback period, and that was also supported by funds to provide technical expertise. There has been, I guess, some conversations around our signing of an agreement with government, but I want to be really clear that wasn't to support their policy. It was very much their government policy. It was for us to help kind of support the sector through that process, and obviously that is still ongoing. We also work through, I guess, a range of other policy areas. So while that's been the big headline in recent times, we do work across climate adaptation mitigation, resource management, transport, infrastructure, housing, etc. And we often convene working groups that involve elected members from across the motu, as well as technical staff from within LGNZ, and there's opportunities to get involved in that and to effectively help shape and create that policy and to influence the government policies and also opposition policies as well. We convene a lot of events, and these are great networking opportunities where elected members have the opportunity to network and discuss issues of the day with other elected members from across the country. And those networks also extend to young elected members, Te Marawata, and the big one that we had last week, and I believe that there was some representation from Kaipara, was the combined sector group meeting last week. And there are also opportunities to hear from key government stakeholders. So last week we had Minister McNulty. We had Nicola Willis, the Deputy Leader of the National Party, addressing the meeting, as well as Eugene Sage. We also have the opportunity as part of those addresses to then ask those deputations questions. And we also try to align so they're around for, the lunch breaks, etc. So you then have the individual opportunity to, approach them directly to talk about your specific issues. And all of that, I guess, helps create influence and helps kind of support the positioning of central government policy. And so that access, equates to influence. Craig, is there anything you'd like to add at all?
Yeah. Hey, look, I'd just like to say, listening to that gentleman about his roading, I could have been sitting in a Oruawharo council meeting with the same issues and that, and we get that too as well. But it's really important we share those issues with each other. And from when I came to mayor, we were a council, when I was an elected member, that we were part of LGNZ way back, probably 12 years ago. We seem to be reinventing the wheel all the time. And I said one day, why aren't we using our contacts? Oh, it's just a waste of time and that. So then I started attending, and a few others of us started attending sector meetings, zone meetings, as well as rural provincial, and the networking in that just is, for me, was just well and truly worth the membership you pay. And I think the biggest thing a lot of us don't do is send enough elected members away as well to a lot of these events, and we should do, because it's a great way of getting to know what other people are doing. And I just, the other day I questioned someone who said that, it's a lot of money, but we spend a lot of money on staff going away to things. It's probably not a lot of money in the bigger picture, but the knowledge you get out of, meeting others and talking about, one example, that roading issue you just had today, is, for me, it just sells it for me. And and I can pick up the phone and ring Scott or ring any of them, Mike Reed and that, if you've got any issues. And my elected members, I've told them you can do the same. You don't have to ask me if you can ring local government to query something. So, and they've done a lot of work. We've had a lot of experts, and we had on our infrastructure committee, on our finance audit and risk committee, independents and that, and it's really helpful. But you've got to use the services. If you don't use them, it may not be helpful. But and Craig, and John, you spoke about your standing orders. I get, why you might have been a bit upset with that. But if you're not happy with a set of standing orders that's put in front of you, just adopt what you want of those standing orders, or adopt another set that you like. You don't have to adopt those ones at all. But hey, that's my 5 cents. I've got to go at 11. But really good talking to you all.
Thank you, Craig.
Kia ora, Craig. Look, there is more that I could talk to in terms of the value proposition, but very happy to field questions. But first of all, just really appreciate the time to talk to you this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Any questions of Scott and Craig? Councillor, no?
Through the chair. I'm a newbie. Is it Scott, right? Your name is not coming anymore. And thank you for, as a newbie, I would just like to ask 2 questions. One, of course, you are very vocal and very clear in terms of policy implementations from the central government on the local government. But what value as an organization you add to the councils per se in terms of implementing them? Are you giving formats so that they don't have to work on it? In terms of their time and administration, are you, say out of 100% work, how much work is being done by the council, for LGNZ, to say, for example, Kaipara, in policy implementation? That's one question. Second question, you mentioned that you have lobbying for the councils to the parliament. I would like to know, in terms of monetary terms, what value you add. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate the question. So I'll tackle that in 2 parts. So first of all, I mean, all of the work that we do is to support, obviously, the local government, the local government sector. And so all of our lobbying, our members benefit from. We then do spend quite a bit of time working one-on-one with councils. So as Craig Little mentioned just a moment ago, we're often on the phone supporting elected members not just mayors or deputy mayors, but all elected members with general advice, local government support, local government act, conflicts of interest, or even just kind of managing day-to-day kind of, queries. Dr. Mike Reed's kind of the fountain of all knowledge. He will spend a lot of time on the phone helping, steer conversations. Often we get involved in helping kind of resolve issues that might be bubbling up. We also spend a lot of time with councils in terms of supporting kind of wider review processes, etc. And then we also get into behind the scenes supporting at more of a technical level through things like partnerships through the Te Ringa Maimawa, which is the roading efficiency network. We help set up the local government funding agency. We're currently working on another scheme which is called the Ratepayer Assistance Scheme. So all of that is about supporting councils. In terms of monetary value, I think there's a couple of parts to that. First of all, we often disseminate out kind of, policy. So there's an input into policy settings. And so we will provide templates that then assist council staff in terms of putting in submissions to central government. So there's very clearly a saving there in terms of resource at your end. We obviously negotiated as part of the Three Waters process funding for that support. And we've also supported councils across the Motu in terms of PGF bids as well. And I believe, I don't have the figures to hand, but I believe we supported yourselves in that a couple of years ago as well. So there is also direct monetary, benefits that are realised through that as well.
Got any further questions?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So there are a couple of questions sent through pre the meeting. So Councillor Wilson-Collins, you wanted to understand the structure and the committees behind it all. So I'll give it a fair crack, and then Scott might want to jump in. But obviously there is quite a formal structure in LGNZ with the National Council, followed by the zones. Northland is Zone 1, so that's all led by LGNZ as well. There are a committee structure as well. Under the National Council. There is also metro meetings, rural and provincial, so each council is actually allocated into a sector, and those meetings occur and they have 2 days and presentations every quarter in that space as well, which is what Scott was referring to. I'm going to throw to Scott just to see if he's got anything to add there as well, and you might want to, if you want to ask a subsequent.
Kia ora, Jason, thank you for that. Yes, I mean, there is a structure. I mean, this is your membership body. And so you are the representation and the governance, and you enact that through both a sector and zone representative on our National Council, which effectively there is our national board. And then there are plenty of opportunities to get involved in various working groups across, a raft of policy areas. And then there's also access for you to call us directly on any issues, and all of our staff are available. And then obviously there's an annual general meeting where you can put up remits, and you can then, vote for or against remits depending on your view, as well as also then appointing our president and vice president. So that AGM comes up in July this year, which is attached to our conference.
So to clarify, if we were not a member of LGNZ, our mayor wouldn't be attending those meetings.
That is correct. I mean, the only exception being conference, there is a non-member rate, but all of those other sector and zone meetings, they are member-only events.
Thank you.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe I had a question from Councillor Williams as well, and the question was around communities for local democracy and what council had committed to in the past. In November 2021, the council decided to contribute $5,000 to the Community for Local Democracy group. It wasn't so much membership, it was just an amount of money put forward to contribute to that. And that's all that's happened in that space.
Can I jump in there? I'm actually a member of that group. There's no doubt we met with National Party yesterday just to get out and reset with a lot of the parties in government. And the local LGNZ are quite happy, the board, to say they didn't probably get it right around the Three Waters. But on saying that, the outcome, I think all LGNZ did was slow the outcome down. it would have been the same. There's no doubt about that. It's a new board now, so you've got only 4 originals, and that's why I said we were one of the councils that were going to leave LGNZ last year, and we discussed around the table, just like you are today, about the benefits and the reasons why we should leave, and the benefits far outweighed the cost for a start, and leaving the organisation. You know, it was just too much value for us to leave. And the conference, whilst it's great to attend, that is not where I get a lot of my value from. It's from the sector meetings and the rural provincial meetings, and being able to pick up the phone, like I said before, and ask questions and information or any documents we may need. Hey, I've really got to fly, so good luck with your vote. It's up to you to decide, and thanks for giving us the chance to have a chat to you guys.
Councillor Peniora, question. Thank you, Craig.
Kia ora, Scott. It's Councillor Peter Paniora over here. You can't see me on the screen, but question for clarification that I have, being a member of Te Marawata, is does an exit from local government New Zealand mean that I'm no longer able to take up that position, or?
Kia ora, Councillor Paniora. That is, I guess that there's something that will need to be worked through. I guess there's that kind of, I guess, perspective around, membership, resourced events, and then obviously kind of wider networks. So I can't give you a definitive answer, and partly that's because I'm hoping that you'll all stay. And I think it's a conversation we would need to pick up to go, what would that look like? But if there was ongoing access, then that would probably be limited to the current access.
Yeah.
Okay. Any further questions, Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins?
I have questions more for, not for the screen anymore, but more for our organisation. Some questions in this direction?
Yep.
So it has been talked this morning already, and we've seen it in our papers that have come through whilst we've been elected in this current term. LGNZ does forward through policy documents and things that we can look at and adopt and tweak and keep us abreast of changes. What would the impact be on our staff removing that resource from them and them having to actually keep abreast of everything themselves?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, look, LGNZ does provide a good policy workhouse, as a matter of fact. They do work on behalf of all of the councils that are members, and most of the councils are members. I suppose that work will continue. Where it would impact us is if, for example, council requires us to write a submission, we would have to do that on our own back. And there would be resource to do that. I would probably be in a position to say yes or no whether or not we could actually resource some of that stuff.
Right.
But that's future.
Okay. So we're talking about a cost to council to be able to do the work, but also a risk that we may not even be able to do the work because we won't have the resource to do it.
It's possible.
Okay. And my second question is related to if we remove ourselves from LGNZ. This term we've got 7 new elected members out of 10. That's quite a high percentage of new councillors, which is fantastic. Elected member development and training. We received quite a few days of training through LGNZ, I believe. So what would the impact be? First of all, throughout this term, we would lose. I'm assuming we would lose contact into LGNZ and any support in that respect, but also coming up to another term and we have a new council elected, what's the impact there on councillors actually learning how to do their job?
So I'm not sure this is actually, I'm going to give Scott a bit of a heads up here. He might want to come in. It's not necessarily a question for me in that space. Because what we do, and you've all been aware of the online training that is offered through that LGNZ package, We do purchase that package separately. I suppose the question is whether or not that's available to us if we're not members.
Okay.
And I can't really answer that, and maybe Scott can't either, I don't know. But they do provide, obviously, mayor's training and elected member training like that was held in Whangarei post-election.
And the legal training, I believe, was?
Legal training, we sorted that out, actually. However, there is a cost and we pay a cost to that. So I'm going to pass the didgeridoo to Scott on this one, please.
Okay.
Thank you. So yes, I mean that there would be restrictions on access to that because it is subsidised by the wider membership. So some of those things do come at an additional cost, and other things are provided as part of the membership. So there are webinar training that is run that is just included in part of that. We then have, I guess, the ability to provide face-to-face workshops on site. At I think probably a very favourable rate for members, but we don't provide that for non-members because it is subsidised by the membership. And we're just in the process of launching Akona, which is an amazing online training and development tool. It costs, I think, $8,500 per annum, but it's unlimited use, and we're adding content to that constantly. But again, that is subsidised by the membership. So at this point in time, it's not available to the membership. So there is, as part of membership, there is some free stuff and there are some added on, but if you're not a member, then access is restricted.
Further question?
Yeah, for you, Mr. Mayor, if I could, as the mover of the motion, I'm just hearing all the benefits that are provided through our membership, and I experienced those last term. I'm interested to know why you've moved to resign our membership.
I think I'll make that in my mover's statement. Thank you.
Okay.
Any further questions?
Just one question. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. So in terms of membership, is it tiered, whatever figure it is, 50,000 to different councils, or is it straight off?
So just to clarify, so your membership thing is 42,000 plus GST, and yes, it is tiered across the country, and so it's effectively based on population.
And it's per year. It is per annum, right?
Yes, per annum. Yes, correct.
Oh, thank you.
Councillor Lambert.
Yes, Scott, if you could just quickly answer these questions. I think I know, but how many councils are there in New Zealand, whether they be local body or regional, and how many of those belong to LGNZ? Just a couple of facts there, please.
So there are 78 councils across New Zealand. Auckland obviously resigned, I think probably about 6 weeks ago, and West Coast Regional Council are still to take a vote. They put it up to council a couple of weeks ago, but the motion didn't get on the floor, and so they will be revisiting that, and we're hopeful that they will return. We're aware of a couple of other councils that are taking a vote. Kaipara took a vote this morning and they voted to stay in, but the majority, so we're just in the process at the moment obviously of going through renewals, and at this stage the majority have retained membership. So at this stage only Auckland is officially out, but there are a couple more votes to come through, and as I said, Kaipara voted this morning to stay.
Sorry, Scott, we got to West Coast and then you cut out. So can you carry on from there? Thanks.
Yeah, sure. I'm not quite sure where I got to. So effectively, Auckland resigned 6 to 8 weeks ago, and there are a couple of other councils that are taking votes over the next week or so. We're just in the process of doing membership renewals, and so to date, we've had a very positive response to that. Obviously, yourselves are taking a vote, and Kaipara took a vote this morning, and they took a vote to stay. So at this point in time, I can't give you a definitive figure because there are still some council meetings outstanding, but we are hopeful that out of 78 that we will retain, hopefully 77. And obviously we will welcome Auckland back whenever they wish to return.
Thank you.
That's all. Let's finish your question. Any further questions? Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to the mover's statement, which is myself. I've been really disappointed in local government New Zealand, particularly on Three Waters. We had to wait for Communities for Local Democracy to pick up the baton on that one. I see we pay a substantial amount of money. I'm sure that'll pay for a lot of work we need in terms of any advice we might require in the future. I tend to think that local government New Zealand has become more of a mouthpiece for government than a mouthpiece for the councils. That's where I sit with it. Thank you. Second statement, Ashna.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What I've learned is all organizations start with a good motive, and then they do get polarized and get the color of the paymaster. So I'm reciprocating what Mr. Mayor has said, but what I'm saying is in terms of submissions, which will come to the council, will also have some effect of that polarization. I would really want this council to be standing on its own 2 feet rather than using consultants or organizations telling them what to submit. As elected members, we have quite a diversity and breadth of knowledge which we can impart to the council. And I would really appreciate if the council comes to the standards where they can actually write their own draft for submission. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Naya. Any other elected members wish to speak? Councillor Peninsula.
Thank you through the chair. Well, I'd just like to say that I'm extremely disappointed by the motion to withdraw from Local Government New Zealand. Besides my position at Te Maruata, which is the Māori subcommittee, and which I find one of the actually really enjoyable parts of this role. And, the fact that I may no longer be able to sit on that committee and represent both Māori constituents and Māori ward councillors throughout Aotearoa, New Zealand, which is thoroughly disappointing. That aside, it's also disappointing to hear that there's two reasons why. One is that there's some sort of assumption that Local Government New Zealand tells council what to submit. That's not reality at all. Local Government New Zealand purely puts together policies and writings that have had a lot of thought, collaboration and input into them for councillors to think about and get their thoughts on it. But at the end of the day, we do stand on our own 2 feet, and it is for councillors to ultimately make the decision that they want to make. An example of that was the last submissions that some of our members were not happy with, and that the result of that was the mayor and deputy having delegated authority to put together submissions that they preferred, and then that was submitted to my knowledge and understanding. So I don't accept some of those as the reality of the situation. That aside, I've also had personal assistance from Local Government New Zealand, again, that they do provide support to separate members, and also I get a lot out of the Local Government New Zealand sector meetings. I get a lot of information around what's happening in the regions, what's topical, what are some of the concerns of other councillors. All of that will be lost, and the only input I'll receive from other councillors in my mind is sitting here around this table once a month. And yeah, that's a little bit disappointing. So the writings on the wall will probably going to be removed from Local Government New Zealand, and I'm just airing my dissatisfaction and disappointment with that. Thank you.
Councillor Manderson.
Thank you, Your Honour. I'd just like to say there's an awful number of people in our area that are already disinclined to go further. They're disempowered by the amount of legislation, etc. And I think that every step to create another layer in it is self-destructive. And so I would move against it and anything else that starts to put another layer in the operation. As a potential applicant, you look at it and think, oh God, another 3 months, another X $1,000s, another uncertainty. Why would I even start? I think it just needs to be stopped. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Larson.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. I just want to correct the record that I didn't, as was alleged earlier, have authority to finalise a submission that was referred to.
That's correct.
I have not had a great deal to do with LGNZ over the years, and I've been on council for terms, and I have attended 2 LGNZ meetings only during that time. And I have a reasonable amount of sympathy for LGNZ, because it's very difficult to form a policy position to lobby government when you have a huge diversity of members across the whole country. And so you really have to pick key matters to try and do that. The other problem, and I've discussed this with the President and the Chief Executive, that you have with LGNZ is, I think there's a real problem with groupthink, and that the members don't tell LGNZ what they really think. So everyone goes along to these meetings and everyone sits on their hands and don't actually speak about things. And one of the things that came up for me when I attended was the central government drive for the decarbonisation of our economy. Whether one believes that human activity is changing the climate or not in a country of 5 million people in a world of 8 billion, where carbon dioxide molecules don't obey the boundaries of territorial authorities or nation states for that matter, crippling our own economy for no measurable outcome, I think is quite a bizarre proposition. But local government New Zealand has that is one of its key drivers, is to push that as if the government doesn't need any encouragement on the matter. So I think it's a really difficult job for local government New Zealand, because no one speaks up and they end up with a default position, which sometimes appears to be doing the bidding of central government, but it in fact is just a default position that's landed on by policy analysts. I personally think that we can have much better strategic alignment with the biggest and most influential council in New Zealand, being our neighbour, Auckland Council. And in fact, if we work closely with them and have them as our strategic ally, and we're closely aligned on a number of issues, I think we could really get some great results out of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further statements? Councillor Aaron Wilson-Collins.
Thank you. Thank you for answering my question in your opening statement, Mr. Mayor. I'm also disappointed at the direction that this decision is going, and I'm saddened that we seem to have been stuck on LGNZ and its outward role, and we've completely dismissed LGNZ and its inward role to our council. I actually ended up writing isolation at the top of my page whilst I was listening to the discussions. Kaipara is a small council. We have a small population. We're one of the smallest councils in the country. And so to remove ourselves from LGNZ, I feel is bad decision making for our district, for our elected members and their own development, for our staff and our resourcing. And for what is, I believe, another councillor put in an email, a 0.11% impact on our rates. It's actually not a lot of money. That could actually cost us more money because we will no longer get savings from, I believe when it's removed, it came out that it'll actually cost them more long run because they've saved on their subscription, but then they've lost the conglomerate savings for certain services, products. So I don't think that that's a good decision for our district at all, especially when we keep talking about being financially stable. The impact on the staff and that as well is not financially a good decision. I'm really saddened that we will lose the remit ability through LGNZ. We had some great success last term with our remit on vaping stores, and that has actually turned into real change in government. I don't see Little Kaipara District making that same impact on any issue on its own. I'm saddened that we will lose the networking, and to be fair, I was privileged last term, as Councillor Paniora is this term, to belong to the Young Elected Members Network, and I am lucky that I have made those connections already. So even if we remove ourselves from LGNZ, I have those connections, and so personally, I'm grateful for that. Again, I come back to the word isolation and the isolation of our most vulnerable members. I see this vote as a complete, I see this vote as a sign of not supporting Councillor Paniora and her role on her LGNZ committee. I see that very clearly because there's so many facets to belonging to LGNZ. It's not just about being outward mouthpiece to government. Yes, I agree, the Three Waters was a debacle, and I don't necessarily disagree with the unhappiness around that with LGNZ, but I appreciate their explanation this morning and their struggle to try and deal, as Councillor Larson has said, with so many different viewpoints across so many different councils. I think that it's really disappointing also that we will be removing our mayor from attending the forums and receiving the forewarning and knowledge that our previous mayor would bring back to us from those meetings. And I've also heard the comments about the groupthink and people not necessarily telling LGNZ what they really think. I find it the completely wrong decision to remove ourselves from that process. Why don't we stay in there? Why don't we actually say what we think? Why don't we actually rattle the cages from the inside if that's really the issue? I think this is short-sighted. I think it's the wrong decision for our community. And I think it is isolating for us as elected members who, as I said, there's 7 out of 10 new elected members here who are trying to learn how to do their role. And we are limping along as a council. And now we're going to lose a big piece of support that perhaps we don't use enough of, but we will lose it entirely. Long term, I think it's going to be a larger financial cost for our council. So I don't think that comes into it. And long term, we're not going to be able to have the impact as the Kaipara District Council that we could have had through an organisation such as LGNZ. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Thank you. Am I unmuted?
Yep, we can hear you, Councillor Williams.
Thank you. Through the chair. Yeah, look, I've listened to what everybody said and the pros and cons. I guess my take on it is with the Three Waters that Communities for Local Democracy was formed by 30 or 32 councils to submit on the Three Waters reforms. and they put together a substantial submission. And it's just, my thinking is, what if this happens again with other reforms, with LGNZ, and, you know, that's a concern. And I think, you know, $48,000 is a lot of money, and we always talk about budgets and not having money to do things in the community. Would it be more beneficial to use for our ratepayers somewhere else in our communities? So, yeah, that's just my thoughts on it at this stage. Thank you.
Any other final statements? Okay, I've got the right of the mover's statement. I've heard all that we've said today, and I still think we've got a commitment to carry out our roles as councillors, and they're very defined without having local government New Zealand sitting there telling us what they think. Sometimes if you wish to make change, you've got to break out. And as a council, I think we need to. I don't see local government New Zealand have given us any tremendous benefit since I've been a mayor. And maybe by leaving, it'll shake up some change. Thank you. So we move to the vote. All those in favour, raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Against?
Against, go call for a division.
We have a division, please, Alana.
Sure. Councillor Lambert.
I'm for the motion. It's to move.
Deputy Mayor Larson.
For.
Councillor Manderson.
For.
Councillor Nair.
For.
Councillor Peniora.
Against.
Councillor Williams.
For.
Councillor Wilson-Collins.
Against.
Mayor Gibson.
For.
The ayes have it.
Motion carried. Thank you. Thank you, Scott, for being with us today. Appreciate it.
I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Councillor.
I was just wondering whether we might have a 5-minute
Thank you.
adjournment.
5-minute adjournment for a audit stop. Okay, let's do that. Okay, welcome back to reconvene this meeting. We move on to 5.2, which was 5.7 in the original agenda you received. Just changed the recommendation slightly. Can we put it up on top there, please? Oh, can you blow that up?
Oh, bigger. Can't see.
This is the recommendation, the motion I'm trying to put. Kaipara District Plan, sorry, the Kaipara District Council appoints a district plan working party to continue working with staff to develop the proposed district plan. Appoints councillors Lambert, Vincent, Manderson and Larson. Larson is the chairperson to the district plan working party. Designates to the mayor and the chief executive the authority to appoint an external RMA expert to the district plan working party. And it notes that all elected members will have an opportunity to provide feedback and all recommendations brought back to council by the district plan working party by way of council briefings or workshops prior to the council finalising the future direction of the district plan, puts the district plan review schedule on hold until the district plan working group process has been completed. So I'll be for that.
I'll move.
Second, was it? Councillor Manderson. Okay.
Can you take it? It's gone down.
You want to blow that up again? Michael Day will present on this item.
Thank you, Chair. I'll take the paper as read. and briefly speak to the item. So council has been preparing a new district plan for the past several years. The draft was produced for public feedback last year, and the intention is to notify a new district plan later this year. So the report assessed options with regards to continuing with the current approach to the district plan review, or to halt the district plan review and do a plan change to the operative district plan, or to appoint a working party to continue working with staff to finalise development of the new district plan. The recommendation is to form a working party, as put in the original recommendation. This was the recommendation because in staff's opinion, the current approach with the full council briefings is struggling to get the consensus and direction that we need to finalise drafting the new plan. I suggest that the current approach may not be the most efficient and effective way to drive through what needs to be done, and therefore a working party is a more nimbler approach to get through the work needing to be done, so that we can notify a new district plan to get the best outcomes for the Kaipara district. Short and sweet. Happy to answer questions.
Yeah.
Councillor Nair.
Yeah, thank you. While I have no objection to the process, I would like to know the members of working party or working committee for the consultation have been decided solely by the mayor? Because I guess a lot of people wanted to be there and there was no discussion on that. Who are the members? And that's a matter of concern for me, because happened with the commissioner as well. So just in terms of process, being a newbie, would a matter is so important that it's discussed before being finalized as a motion? Anybody can speak on that. Because now we have a motion with all those pre-selected.
So through the chair, as staff, I can't speak to who is recommended to be on the working party, but what I can speak to is the process that we have suggested is once the working party has finalised work on the plan, it will come back to full council for briefings and or workshops to get that direction, and so that all elected members are comfortable prior to seeking the approval to notify the new plan. So.
Thank you.
Any questions, further questions? Okay, I'll move a statement. I'll address that, Ash. I selected 4 members as they all have deep experience with district plan issues in the past. Councillor Manderson, who knows the district extremely well, has done business in terms of working with consenting, for example. Councillor Lambeth has had extensive experience through his business activities of trying to work with council on consenting and moving business issues through in the district. Councillor Vincent, who's not here, but he's been within council for years dealing specifically with these sort of issues, and he has a deep knowledge.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not questioning.
No, I'll make my move a statement in any case. Councillor Larson is a current trained commissioner with probably the most knowledge of any of our members, and the important thing here is to try and move this forward and to the benefit of all of us, and you will all have input in to the suggestions that come forward from the working party. Yeah, Councillor Manderson, you're the second. Should I make a statement?
I've said enough, thank you.
Okay. Any other members wish to speak?
Gordon Lambert.
Oh, Gordon, Mr. Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I made it no secret this is why I'm here in relation to the district plan. A nice, lean working party will be the most efficient way to get through all the matters. I expect to hear from all of you about individual issues that you've got so I can take it forward. I'm only the head of a little pyramid for you. When it comes down to details of working within the district plan, yeah, that's probably where my strength is, right down there. So, but the main thing I want to just emphasise is that I'm just the head of the pyramid, and I expect to get feedback from all of our other councillors.
Thank you. Any other members wish to speak? Peninsula.
Is this just to clarify, is this a motion to form a working party, or is included in this motion who the members?
I can't hear you, sorry.
Just a point of clarification, is this motion to move to form a working party, or is it a motion that encompasses the appointment of the members of the working party as well?
The motion covers the members of the working party as put onto the
Could we
recommendation.
could we see the recommendation? Could we see the recommendation, please? Councillor Peninsula was not in the room.
Okay, I'd like to blow it up again on the board, please.
Thank you.
There you go.
Yeah, so I'm following on from that. I've submitted my thoughts ahead of the meeting, and I had indicated that if the desire of the majority of the elected members was to go with option 4 to develop the working party, then I put my name forward, both as the voice of the Māori ward and as the only other elected member apart from the mayor elected at large. And if not, why not?
Okay. The mover's right to reply. I'll just explain the reasons why I selected the people that were onto the working party group. It's because of their experience within planning within the district, and I think they're the best selection I can make, and we all have the opportunity to make input still, so it's still there. Okay. Let's move to the vote. All those in favour raise their hand and say aye. Aye. Against?
Against, can I have my vote recorded, please?
Division?
That's not what I asked for. Thank you.
Want it recorded, okay.
Mr. Mayor, was that motion carried?
Carried. Yep. Okay, because we still have Councillor Williams there, I'd like to bring forward on the agenda 5.6, which was 5.3 in the original, which is the annual plan.
Mayor, you're going to do 5.8, the appointment of commissioners for the hearing
5.8
first, and then you were going to move to 5.3, the annual plan, UAGC.
Okay, appointment of commissioners in 5.8. Okay. So can we have the recommendation up on the board, please?
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, is this the plan change item? Yeah, I'm going to withdraw from this item, thank you.
Oh, certainly. Okay.
Kia ora koutou. My name is Tafia Wati.
Before you start, please, can I have a mover for this?
Yeah, I'll make it.
Councillor Lambert, seconder. I'll second it. Sorry about that, where you go.
That's right. My name is Tafia Wati. I'm the graduate planner in the district planning team, and I'm processing the private plan change 82 for Moonlight Heights. I'll take the report as read. And the purpose of the report is to seek approval to delegate functions, powers and duties to a hearing panel and to confirm the number of commissioners to be appointed on that panel.
Okay. Any questions of our staff? Okay. Mover's statement, Councillor Lambeth.
Not much to say. It is one of the private plan changes which I'm very excited about for the district. We are looking at 300 to 400 lots up there, and it's a game changer for the current housing situation in Dargaville Township. It gets my full support. This and yeah, there's nothing more left to say on it. Thanks.
Second statement. Yeah, it's exciting for Dargaville. Let's hope we have another process that brings results to Dargaville. Any other elected members wish to speak?
I'd like to speak.
Councillor Peninsula.
Through the chair, I'm unsure as to why we haven't had more time to deliberate on the different options. I would have preferred option 2, 3 independent commissioners to hear and decide on it, so that it just goes through without the need to have to come back to council, and some of the advantages of option 3 that are presented in the paper, I don't agree with. The commissioner, I'm assuming, given Councillor Larson has stepped out, is not local to Dargaville, so he is the commissioner. That's what I'm saying. Okay. So he's one of the advantages that are noted in the option is not correct. He's not local to Dargaville, so I don't understand why. So if that's one of the main advantages to it, why we would just not go with 3 independent commissioners and have that, you know, they're experts and they're able to do what they need to do without input from councillors. Yeah, I understand that given the movers and seconders that there'll be a majority and that this will go through, but I'd just like to highlight that I'll be voting against for that reason. Thank you.
Okay. Any other members wish to speak? Councillor Naya.
While I'm not really reciprocating or endorsing what Councillor Peninsula said, I am feeling that the transparency and also there is some judgment call as well in terms of 300, 400 lots being subdivided, and do we have the infrastructure and all those kind of things. Being a local, I would say the local councillors, likes of Gordon and maybe I, for experience, should be considered rather than unequal. And this is a process, and it's more to do with transparency. With due respect to you, Mr. Mayor, is that we don't want names coming up on board without any consultation as a matter of practice. So it can be as an exception, but not as a practice. So yeah, so that's my 2 cents. While we are all standing for it, I think being a local councillor, it makes more sense to get the voice of the people across. Do we have the infrastructure? Do we have this? Do we have that? So that's my view of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other elected members wish to speak? Yeah. Okay, movers.
Councillor Williams.
Oh, Councillor Williams, thank you. Come in, Councillor Rachel Williams.
Right, there we go. Through the chair. Thank you. Just for clarification, with the internal commissioners and the fact we don't just appoint councillors, do you have to have RMA training? Like, do you actually have a, oh, I don't know what you call it. Yeah, do you have to have had some training to actually be involved in these commissioner panels?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I may, Councillor Williams, thank you for the question. Internal commissioners, so elected members, do need to have the Making Good Decisions training certification. That's done through for the Ministry for the Environment, and there is only one councillor on council currently who has that certification.
And that's Councillor Larson.
So through the chair, can you say when the new 7 people will be getting their training? What's the process? Would you explain at some stage so that we don't end up with no option?
I believe that offer has been already sent out. So the courses are run through you, Mr. Mayor. So the courses are run by an external consultant for the MFE. That offer was sent out at the start of the term.
Can you resend it? I don't care to have received it. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Lambeth moves the right to reply.
Yes, there is that form of independence where Mr. Larson will be out of the district and can hover of it, whereas some of us local councillors may be in too deep, or we don't see external factors which need to be addressed. As far as the infrastructure goes, it is on the cards that a large investment in expanding the infrastructure to house these future developments is very much underway as far as the planning stage goes and the attitude towards moving it forward. The environment that we're in with Three Waters or whatever the animal is that is going to come from that will also assist us with this development. With the current housing crisis that we have in Dargaville, we must back developments like this and expansion of the residential housing stock.
Thank you.
That's it. Thanks.
Okay, I haven't got anything to add to that. I think it's another good thing. There will be possibilities for Dargaville. So I'll move to the vote on that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against?
Aye.
Motion carried. There's this one. Hold on. Just a second, I'm just looking through my notes here to find the what's one I need.
Probably would be 5.2.
Find it.
Close.
That one.
It was.
It's hiding from me. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Okay, once again, I want to move one back in front of the others. I want to do 5.6, which would be 5.3 in your original agenda, which is the annual plan 223-24 uniform annual general charge and water supply charges.
333.
I would like to change for discussion, particularly as we go through, but I'd like to make a resolution that we change the 764 to the 800. So I move that. Do I have a seconder? You change that up?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, so presenting this is Christine and Sue, thank you.
So through the chair, it's really important today that you make a decision on both the uniform, where the uniform annual charges to be set and also about the water supply charges. You need to do this so we can set the rates come back to you in June and set the rates so that then we can collect them in July. So that's the importance of your decision today. I'll pass over to Christine, who'll go through the paper.
Thanks. I do take that the report's read, but we'll talk first about the UAGC, the Uniform Annual General Charge, and then we'll talk about the water supply. So key points that I wanted to make are about the general rates and the fact that general rates are collected on a mixture of a fixed amount and a rate based on the land value of the property. So regardless of what happens with the fixed rate, if we change the fixed rate, we still collect the same amount of money. And there's 3 tables that are in the report show that. But it's just that we move the burden from taking more or less from a fixed rate versus a land rate. So currently the Uniform Annual General Charge sits at $764. And just wanted to reiterate the fact that the higher the fixed charge, the more burden there is on lower valued properties. And so the staff's recommendation is to keep it the same because of cost of living pressures across the district and everywhere. I think that's all I have to say on the Uniform Annual General Charge. There are some questions, so shall I do those now? Okay. Yeah, so the questions on the Uniform General Charge, we've got one here from Councillor Williams. Do the UAGC tables include the current projected increase of targeted rates for 23-24? Yes, they do. They are not going to change at this stage. There was a question also on that saying that the Mangawhai also had a large stormwater rate increase last year, and the question was, can I confirm the percentage? So between 2021-22 year to the current rating year, there was a 44% increase in stormwater for Mangawhai. I'll just add to that through the chair that there is a large amount of water in this year's annual costs that we're going to have to bear. A lot of that is because of the storms as well.
That's for Mangawhai specifically?
For Mangawhai, there is a lot, yeah, for Mangawhai specifically.
Sorry, I didn't get.
Was asked.
To the chair, I didn't, can you clarify this 1284, this wastewater charge, which is uniform all over?
That's right.
Is it a new item or is it to do with Mangawhai wastewater scheme?
No, this is stormwater. So how we rate wastewater is that everyone gets the same charge apart from Te Kaupuru, and they will be getting the same charge this year, but they are getting a huge leap because this is their 3rd year. And when we introduced an equalised charge for everyone, Te Kaupuru was one that the council at the time stated that let's take 3 years to get to the charge. And this is the 3rd year. So you've got to understand Te Kaupuru's got a large jump. Everyone else has jumped $100 for the wastewater. For stormwater and for land drainage, those are based on the value of the land. And so
I understand that.
So the costs are different for each area and it's rated on the value of.
I totally understand. My question is specific on wastewater 1284. Is it the figure? How much jump it is in wastewater from last year?
$100.
121.
It's $800 on everyone.
121. 121. Okay.
Thank you.
Continuing on with Councillor Williams' questions, there was another one regarding when was the Uniform Annual General Charge last increased? So it was increased in July 2020, which was the COVID times, and it increased from $728 to $746. So it was a $36 increase at that time. And the other questions relate to water. So are there any other questions on the UAGC?
Councillor Larson.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to come back to this stormwater targeted rate issue. And Councillor Williams has alluded to that already. Just with regard to those, what are very large amounts for some of the properties there, are some of those capital works that are contributing to that able to be deferred at all, or are they all essential things that must do in the next financial year?
Have to defer to the General Manager of Infrastructure for an answer for that.
Through you, Chair. We went through that exercise a couple of years ago, and we continue to review the program of works, but what we have planned for the coming year is essentially what we need to do.
And does that include both, you've got some quite high figures there, haven't you, for Kaiwaka, Mangawhai, Dargaville and Baileys?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Lambert.
During the break, I discussed with you about the rate subsidy, rates rebate scheme that we have that is available for our ratepayers who may find it a little bit difficult. Could you explain the figures and numbers behind that? How many people are taking it up? What properties are eligible for it?
Yep. Okay, so residential properties are eligible for a rates rebate. It is a scheme that is administered by the council on behalf of the Department of Internal Affairs. So there's a law around what the criteria are. There is around about 1,000 people that get the rebate every year, which is about $600,000 a year being issued to those people. It's a maximum this year of $700 off somebody's rates if they qualify. The criteria are around your income and the level of rates that you pay. So if you have a low income, you meet the threshold requirements of that.
So just a supplementary question to that. So $660, that has been increased by $40, eligibility for it. That supersedes any of the residential rate rises, I believe, looking through the figures, if we do go for that 800 figure, am I right there? I'm looking at 20s, 8, 31, 36 as the...
So through the chair, the rebate isn't calculated in these figures.
Right.
So the householder is charged the same amount, or if they make application for rebate, then we advise DIA and they pay us the money instead of it, and we credit the ratepayer.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, are you continuing?
No, we're continuing on water. So that was the on water question.
The UAGC. Okay. So the water. So the second part is about charging the water. Staff believes that option B, in terms of significance, had a lower impact on both the lower and higher users of water. So that's we were looking to balance that change. The table that we sent out showed the 3 scenarios of what it would look like if we altered that first cubic metre of charge on each of the users, on a selection of users. We had some questions around that. I'll just find those. So you were going to answer that first question from Councillor.
So Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins asked about could we change, could we change the number of, Councillor wanted to change it from a volumetric scale of charges approach. So you can charge for water like we charge for wastewater, but our council has chosen not to do that. If you did want to choose that, that would have to be part of the revenue and financing policy, and likely to be too late given that we're going to go to Three Waters next year.
Yeah, so just to clarify, it's a timing issue at the moment. So am I correct? Like we couldn't change it if we wanted to right now.
Unless we changed our revenue and financing.
Which we do.
Can't do. Got the time frame to do that.
Yes, yeah. I just wanted to clarify that because the report read like we'd decided.
Yeah,
as
that was
part
just
of this.
reiterated just now. The term used was you decided
Yeah.
not to, but that's not the
Not good language on my part.
So that's perfect. Thank you.
Okay, sorry.
Councillor Lambeth?
It's created one of the biggest angst amongst ratepayers of these water charges, the bulk amount and sort of the timely that the accounts are sent out. But I believe that you've made some moves there in meter reading for improved service. Is that correct or?
We have improved the process about recognising leaks and crediting monies if people have a leak and they've proved that they've fixed the leak. In terms of reading the meters, we still are only reading them every 6 months. And so they only get 2 accounts a year. 2 accounts a year?
Yeah.
And also we're in our revenue and financing policy, we actually state there's one fixed charge that's charged in the bill, the first bill, plus some volumetric charging. The second bill is all volumetric charging. So whatever we charge is a fixed charge, has to go on the first bill. So.
And so through the chair, a question from Councillor Peniora was around the invoicing of that. So you wanted a bit more of an explanation. So you suggested the $70 up front and the remainder spread over the rest of the quarter. I think Sue has sort of explained a little bit on the fact that we have 2 invoices each year. So the first one includes the fixed charge, which could be, if you use scenario C, it would be $70. The remainder of the charge is at a higher rate. So the usage would be at a higher rate. That would be at $5.04. So low user, in this table, it shows what they would pay over the whole year, the course of the whole year. If we were to do that scenario, they would see a lower first bill.
and then there'd also be a lower rating impact per your scenario C. It would be $448 per annum for one person. So why would you not go with scenario C?
So with that, in that regard, the highest user of $41,000, 41,000 cubic metres a year would see an increase of
35,000, 36,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The chair.
Councillor May.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just refreshing my memory or going back when it was presented to us last time, we were given the impression that the water rates will be dropping.
Correct.
So, but what I see is percentage change in positive. Is it negative or positive? Is it dropping or is going up?
So the overall budget for water supply is dropping.
No.
Coming year.
We are looking at percentage change, which is going to.
Can you look at this graph?
Sorry?
Looking at this.
Yeah, it's the same. So
can you tell me exactly what should I look?
Okay, so just to get you come back to the table, scenario A is under the current system.
Hang on.
Okay.
Hang on. Let me go. Can I?
What page number? Sorry.
Go back to the report.
No, can you just tell me the page number? I'll just go there.
Well, it's page 4 here, but that might not be on yours.
Scroll up.
Go to per.
Okay, you carry on.
Okay, so scenario A is the current scenario of how we charge.
Yeah.
You asked us to come back with some options.
Yeah.
A lower amount, because you said the impost was when we charged, I think it was the $373
$764
charge. So we've now said, so if we charged, we currently do, the charge would still be 352 as the one-off charge.
Lower than last year.
Which is lower than last year. However, probably not still, we recognise that it's not low enough. So we've said scenario B is $211 and scenario C is charging 70. But what that does is just, we've got the same amount of costs. It just means that we're asking the commercial users to bear more of it.
Yeah.
So it's getting a happy medium.
Yeah.
Staff propose scenario B. Does that?
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
No other questions?
Councillor Lambert?
The problem seems to be that unexpected spike, whether it be a landlord, whether it be a tenant. Is there any way when rates get sent out as an estimation of a weekly usage for each property, each meter, from maybe projected from the last year's usage, so that budgets can be established for landlords and tenants to make it through the year? That sudden spike is what's causing a lot of the problems.
Well, we can't really do their budgets because it depends on how many in the household. So what council does is set this, and we can tell them that we will charge $211 the first time, but we can't, we don't know what the usage is going to be.
Yeah, I just on the projected use from last year, with a note or something to go with the rates. It's become a little bit of a, how shall I put it, a guessing game or an unknown with the change that has happened with that first meter charge coming in.
Through the chair, a lot of water invoices are invoiced in July. Their first one hits then. So they would get that at the same time as they would get an estimation. I'm not sure that I see the benefit. I don't know. We can look into it.
Yeah, the situation is that landlords are dumping this on tenants and tenants are unprepared for it. And we get that situation where there is a problem.
So through the chair, whilst we're talking about landlords and tenants, can I just suggest that when you're looking at the fixed charge, I think the law, some of the landlords pass on the fixed charge to, or pay the fixed charge and pass on the consumption charge to the tenants. If that happens, just bear in mind that the lower the fixed charge, the higher the consumption, the higher the tenant is likely to have to say.
Sometimes they move out.
Yeah.
It hurts.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
the next one doesn't
There's
look
also a
safe.
scenario. Correct.
Councillor Wilson-Collins?
Thank you. I understand what Councillor Lambert is trying to achieve there. I'd be very cautious about trying to, and I do understand, but be very cautious about saying to a ratepayer, you know, this comes out at $20 a week, because then they could use an enormous amount of water, and then they'll come back and say, well, you told me my water's only $20. So I see the issue there, but could, I mean, I'm privileged, don't even look at my water bill, it gets paid by direct debit, so, but could there maybe just be a note on the water bill, just an advisory note of how we charge for water? So if they do happen to move into a property, especially when they move from out of the district, they get their first water bill, which might not have that volumetric charge, but it has a note on it that says, that says, by the way, we charge this much for your first cubic metre of water, and if that's not on this bill, it's going to be on your next one. But nicer than that, you know. Professional. Look at that.
Councillor Larson?
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. No, I don't want to stifle questioning in any way. I just was aware that Councillor Williams, who was online, was supposed to be getting to an appointment at midday, and she might need to leave soon, so she might miss out on the debate if we aren't able to move forward at some point.
Right. Noted. We've just about had enough questions there. Do you want to continue with your presentation?
That was all. Thank you.
That was all. Okay, so I just wanted to draw your attention quickly. If you go to 339 and 341, which has got the sample properties, if you ignore the percentage increases, if you just go to what the charges will be, if you're under 764 versus the 800.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, could you clarify which sample property, those of us that are using devices, those page numbers?
Attachment A and attachment B.
Yeah.
339. Yeah, if you put them beside each other, for example, if you go to attachment A 764, And you look at Bailey's, for example, they pay $0, $0 and $1. And then you go across to the change at 800, they pay 29, 24 and 10, okay? And then if you look at Dargaville, for a property in Dargaville that's valued at 300,000, for example, the change in what they pay from 764, they would go from $117 to 132, which is $15 increase. And if you go right down to the bottom of the page and you look at the effect 764 has on dairy farmers, or try the very bottom, for example. So under 764, dairy farmer would pay 477, and under the 800, he would pay 213. And if you look at quite a few of these figures, you'll see that it, I think at 800, it smooths it more for across the district. In other words, Bailey's, they were virtually paying nothing, now they'll pay something. And they've got a very small change there. They'll go from, what is it, for a $530,000 property, they'd go from 283 down to 282. So I just think it moves a little bit more fairly by moving to the 800 rather than 764.
What it all, sorry, so it also bring in 600,000 more in fixed income, $600,000 per year more.
No.
UAGC, if you go to 800 instead of 764, if you look at the chart, there's a difference of 600,000 getting more on a regular basis.
We don't collect any extra rates. It's about.
No, that's right, but that's a sure one regardless of moves.
Worship.
Okay, can I
where are we at in this debate? Have you just made a mover's statement, or what's happening here?
Yeah, well, I am making a mover's statement.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Who's the seconder?
Councillor Lambert, you're the seconder. You would like to make a statement?
Sorry, point of clarification, are we moving both the annual uniform charge and the option for the water, or are we just moving, are we just on the?
It's 800 for the UAGC and option B for the water.
Are we in agreement with the 15%?
Well, that's the point of the debate.
Because
we're doing both, aren't we?
This is option one.
At the moment, the seconder speaking.
Okay, look, I'll move to the seconder speaking, please.
Yes, so. Yes, so I'm going through doing the maths. The critical thing for me was to work out the rate rebate subsidy, who it was paid by, and what the increase in that was, and it far exceeds all the residential properties increase. However, the big impact is on the farmers and their break in what they're going to, their reduction in what they're going to be paying. It's been a rough year for a lot of. This is a clear indication that we are backing them, especially myself. So for that, I'll be voting for the 800.
Thank you. Any other members wish to speak?
Could I please move an amendment? Is that now or after the?
Through Mr. Mayor, so yeah, we've had two speakers for, so you can move an amendment, Councillor Paniwa.
So can I move an amendment that we go to scenario? Sorry, there's a 5%, option 3, scenario C. Yeah, option 3, scenario C.
Is that for the, can you speak clear?
Sorry, for the first cubic metre charge? For the water.
Do we have any seconders for that?
Scenario 3 is 800 something.
That's, the one that we like.
Sorry.
Can we pull the 3 scenarios up again?
Hang on. Okay. We put that on the board, but do we have a seconder? No, we don't have a seconder, so we'll remain with the motion that's in place. Any other elected members wish to speak?
I'm just looking, I'm sorry, I would like to speak through the chair. These are the minutes from the last time where the option 1 was selected. We have changed it to option 2. Why we are putting this one on? Where's the new motion?
Sorry, I didn't quite capture that. I needed to be talked through it, so we can.
Can you put the motion they're voting on, please?
Yeah, blow it up. So I changed the motion from.
This was the original.
Yeah, there's option 1 in the original one. Now it's option 2 in the second one.
Through you, Mr Mayor. So we didn't get a seconder for the amendment, so that lapsed. We're back to what was originally moved.
Yeah.
Now, sorry.
Yeah, we're back to what's originally moved, which is up on the board. You want to blow it up?
Alana, are you able to put page 4 up?
I don't understand what's happening.
Point of order, Mr Mayor. What are we doing with this debate? Because it feels like we're not following sequence here.
Well, that's right. We're at the point where we're having who members wish to speak.
This is the motion which was put on last.
This is what we moved.
Option 1.
And seconded.
Option 1.
It's in the, I just changed it from 7.6
to 800.
To 800.
So that's option 2.
That's fine.
That's the motion. It's in place.
There's also another water one. There's 2.
Both of them are up there, aren't they?
Yeah.
Sorry, just for clarification, Alana, you've changed the dollar amount that the mayor
Yes.
asked for, but yet the option still says option 1 at the end of that sentence.
That's what I'm trying to tell
But
you.
it's actually option 2 from the paper. So I
Yeah.
think that needs amending as well. And I think that's the misunderstanding.
That is, well, that is the mistake, not mistake.
But it is what's been moved, councillor Naya.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so does anyone else wishes to speak?
I will make.
Scared.
Okay.
To speak to your worship, I think there's still a little bit of debate amongst staff whether both of the options specified in your motion are correct. I think we should just seek some clarification to confirm that they are aligned with the figures. And once we've got that clarified, then I'd like to speak to the motion.
I can't even read it from here. Does that look good or not?
I think
Two now, yeah.
B should be option 1. I understand. Just clarify that. Yeah.
Want to clarify it. So B is option 1.
B is option 2. It's 15%, isn't it? 800.
So can I just clarify? The 800 you've asked for is option 2. Staff put forward 764 as option 1. The mayor put forward a motion at the very beginning to alter it. So you didn't even approve the 764, approve the 800. Then my understanding is for the B, the water, the staff put forward option 2, which is the 15% of water. Councillor Peninsula then put a motion forward, but no seconder, and so you're back to the original motion. Is that right?
So if it is option 2, why does it now say option 1?
Yeah.
I think it was originally option 1.
Yeah, should be 2.
Should be 2.
It's a bit confusing.
Okay.
Because the scenarios and the options are also different. That's why it's good.
So thank you. So under B, you're saying that should read option 2, just to give Alana some.
Yes,
I don't.
It's fine.
Options out, you know, I don't have options in my, because, no, it's got to stand on its own, but.
We never debated on that second point. We've only debated on the first.
So through you, Mr Mayor. So Alana put option 2 there. That's what's to the directions now. Let me explain where we're at, okay? So this has been moved and seconded by the Mayor. Moved by the Mayor, seconded by Councillor Lambert.
That's right.
I believe. Councillor Peninsula, in your time to speak, you moved an amendment. The amendment didn't get a seconder, so therefore it lapsed. So this is still on the table and we're in speaking. So far, the Mayor's spoken to it, Councillor Lambert has spoken to it. Councillor Peninsula, you've moved an amendment, it was lapsed. And we're still speaking to this motion that's on the screen. So, Mr Mayor, you need to sort out speaking order next. Who would like to speak?
Anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Peninsula.
Through the chair, thank you. So the amendment that I was moving was in relation to the water, to the first cubic metre. So what we have on the table is scenario B, which is 15%. When looking at the rating impact, actually, taking a step back, the first cubic metre charge, the difference between scenario B, which is on the table, and scenario C, is that a normal resident or ratepayer would pay $211 for that first cubic metre as opposed to $70. And then the rating impact between scenario B and scenario C for all households on a domestic basis would go down. For a household with one person, it would go from $549 down to $448. For a two-person household, it would go from $1,000 to $952. For four people, it would go from $1,315 to $1,305. For a high user, up to 1,000 cubic metres per year is where it starts to increase. So for that, it would go from $4,720 to $5,110. For the two highest use brackets, there would be a leap in that, but generally all of our ratepayers who have issues with the way that the water's working at the moment would be happy about scenario C, yet we're just focusing on only one high user, which is Silver Fern Farms. So I don't understand why we wouldn't go with scenario C over scenario B.
Okay, that's your statement. Further statements, Councillor Larson?
I'm a little confused on what we're doing here, but I will speak. I thought that Councillor Peniora had already spoken to the motion.
I'm allowed to say a statement.
Okay, she made a statement. Anyone else?
Well, I'll speak to it briefly, but I mean, I push back against the staff assertion that a person who has a lower property land value necessarily has lesser ability to pay rates than someone who has a higher property value, on the basis that the higher property value person is already paying substantially more, and in fact may have no more income and much less ability to pay more rates. And I'd like to convey that through you, Your Worship, through the Chief Executive, to look at this assumption that's being put to us. And for example, we have properties in our samples here. We have a property at $112,000 rating value that was proposed to have a total rates of $1,311, a 0% rates increase. Even under the 800, its rates increase is only $29 or 2.18%. And then we have other properties, the land value of $530,000, and already paying in enormous amounts of rates, and their rates go to $4,280, a 282% increase, or over 7% increase, paying 10 times more an increase, and already paying more than 300% of the other property. So yeah, I just caution that thinking as we go forward and as we head into our long-term plan, that some of these assumptions are very blunt and maybe completely inaccurate. Thank you.
Have you made a statement yet? You'd like to make one?
No, not made any statement yet. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm comfortable with 800 instead of that. I was not comfortable the way it has been presented, the motion. I still like scenario B to be added to that for clarity with the option presented there, so we know what we are voting on. I think there always will be diversity and impact in terms of a straight increase in any charge. There will be some people affected, some people not affected. And I do understand that in this particular case, the lower, like Tenopai and all, people will be affected much more. But I guess in the longer term, that will not be the case. So I'm happy with it. Yeah. But I want clarity in terms of scenario B there, what we are voting. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins.
Thank you. I'll take these two options separately. So if I just speak to the UAGC to start with, I would have liked to have seen it not change, but I am comfortable with the $800 UAGC. It is only one piece of the puzzle, and all this debate and hard work is probably going to go out the window once QV release their new figures anyway. And as hard as we try to keep the rates down, they just might go up. You know, like there's so much to this puzzle that has to be put together. It's actually very difficult for us to come to a consensus. We're looking at generalizations as well. So whilst I hear the comments made about lower valued properties and high valued properties, and whether the people living in those properties income reflects the value of their property. I mean, it's just such a hard thing to quantify. But when you look at areas in our district, I think we can quite confidently point out certain areas like Tino Pai, like Te Kupuru, where there are people who we know are applying for those rates rebates and who are needing some assistance to be able to meet their rating demands. And in these scenarios, those are the areas that are the most impacted. So that it does need to be taken into account as a good decision maker for our entire district. We do need this information, and we do need to know who is going to be impacted by the decisions that we make. So I appreciate the staff's work here. If we talk about the water, the first cubic metre charge, bane of my existence as an elected member. Nobody quite understands how it works. Nobody appreciates it. And it is difficult. It is a hangover. I believe the commissioners came in and put that first cubic metre charge in. And every year that I've been on council, we've had vigorous debates about it. So I just want to thank the staff for coming to the party with this one and giving us options to be able to relieve that for our residents. And there is some relief there in the option that we've chosen. I'm not comfortable going all the way down to 5% because of the impact that does have on other ratepayers as well. So I am happy with that 15%. However, there's still some work to be done there. And when it comes time to review the policies that tell us how we actually set our rates, I think both with the water and with the water rates and the land rates, I really hope that we can take the opportunity to look at the bigger picture, look at how we are actually charging our rates, and maybe there are some other options available to us that will allow us to, say, split the cubic metre charge, or may allow us with the land rates to be able to rate in a different way that may be seen as more fair for our residents. Hate rates, full stop.
Thank you. Councillor Williams, up on the board there. Come in, Rachel.
You're on mute.
Sorry, is that better?
Yep, got you now.
Thank you, through the chair. I really have to scoot. My statement is just that, look, the cost of living is affecting everyone across the board for lots of different reasons with their budgets and all of that. I support increasing the UAGC. It ensures a more equitable spread. And yeah, for the goods and services across the district. So I'm on board with that. And also I think the 15% is kind of in that mid-range, and I support that also for the water.
Thank you, Councillor. Look, I think we've all had a fair enough say here, so I'm going to move it to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against? Okay, motion carried. Thank you. We got lunch now? Or? Yeah. Do you want to do another one?
See you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
See you through the NTA, Mr. Mayor, that'd be great, so that they can go.
The Poutō speed. Okay, we move to 5.4, which was 5.1 old, which is the Poutō speed item.
Mover, your worship, or?
Oh, certainly. Can I have a mover?
Probably appropriate that I do.
I can second.
So hang on, what is the motion? Can we put it up on the list, please?
Yeah, but
Who's the fees? Or is it Poutō panel, sir? Okay.
On the board now.
It's on the board, there it is. So we need a mover and a seconder.
Yep.
To approve the Poutō Peninsula and West Coast Catchment Interim Speed Management Plan. Does anyone?
No, I'm not going to move that. Sorry.
I'll move that.
We're talking fees and.
What are you going to say?
I'll move it.
You want to move it?
Sure.
Okay, councillor Wilson Collins.
Down in silence.
Maybe no, seconder, please. We have a seconder for the motion, please. We don't. No, so would you like to change the motion? Somebody amend it?
I get some guidance through the Chief Executive, your worship. I'm not sure what's happening.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So we've got a staff report here on the speed limit review. It's been moved, seeking a seconder. The seconder was sought, it wasn't received. Therefore, it's not on the table for discussion.
Do we move to the next item or do we go to lunch?
If I might comment on this, I just wonder if the condition of the road is self-limiting.
It will.
What if I move that we don't approve?
Just go next.
Amend it.
So you
Can move someone can move option 2 if they prefer.
at the moment, we've got nothing on the table. You've got an item in front of us. There's been a bit of work to get to this point. From a staff perspective, we would like a decision, obviously. What's happened is that this particular outcome hasn't been moved or seconded at the moment. If you would like to move another motion, then
I'll move a motion for option 2 so that the staff probably maybe have some input from elected members as to why they don't approve of it, so that they can have some feedback out of fairness to them.
Okay, we can do it.
So Councillor Paniora, just for clarity, you're moving option 2, which is that council rejects the interim speed management plan in its entirety and requests that the speed limits review committee reconsider submissions. Okay, Mr. Mayor, so that's been moved
by Councillor Paniora.
Do
we have a second?
Up on the board, is that?
I can't give a moment to.
Hang on, just put up on the board.
We'll just give us a couple of minutes to, it's option 2 in the paper, which is page 15 of the agenda, page 3 of the report. And it's that council rejects the interim speed management plan in its entirety and requests that the speed limits review committee reconsiders submission. That's what what has been moved. Mr. Mayor, by way of process, you'll need to get a seconder.
Do I have a seconder for that motion?
Sorry, can I move a further motion?
No.
That having failed?
We haven't got a seconder for this, so there's flash.
Can I move a new motion that the council reject the interim speed management plan in its entirety, and that's the motion?
Throw this open to debate before we have a motion.
You can.
Let's do that. We've got a bit of a stalemate going on here. Before we have a motion that'll have a seconder, let's have a bit of a debate on it. So have we got a presenter for this item we have up here? Maybe you could present and then we'll go from there.
Yeah. Thank you, Worship. Thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa. Welcome. Thank you for having us present this item. We're here today to present on option 2. Option 1 was to adopt the recommendations, which is the interim speed management plan in its entirety, or option B was to reject it. So I wanted to sort of maybe on that point go through and just explain the rationale behind it perhaps as well. So yeah, so first of all, yeah, thank you for having us. My name is Natasha Brown. I'm a consultant or senior planner. I'm working with NTA on this particular kaupapa. And this is our colleague.
Hi everyone, Elizabeth Stacey, Road Safety and Traffic Engineer for the NTA.
Lovely. So perhaps first just maybe a wee journey through how we got to this point, because I think it might sort of colour the background a little bit too, so you understand the amount of work that's gone into this, not just from the team here, but across the district as well. So starting off with, of course, the legislation behind this. So the Kaipara District Council is the road control authority. There's a speed limits rule 2002, which we must review speed limits to make sure they are safe and appropriate speeds. So this catchment is for the Poutō Peninsula and the West Coast catchment. So in that review area, there's a technical report that's been informed by road safety engineers and all of the technical information behind there. So that's appended to your agenda. And then we've had all of the consultation process happen as well. So this is all through legislation as well. So with the consultation process, there was 148 submissions from the general public. The consultation period was open for a period of 2 months. That was end of last year, between October and December. And then what happened was in end of February, the 28th of February, there was a deliberations meeting. So that was following, a hearing before then. There was 5 submitters at the hearing who chose to present their submission. And then the hearing panel was made up of 3 elected members. So Councillor Williams, Councillor Erin Collins and Councillor Lambert. So they were the elected members who were representing the elected members here. So after the hearing, what happens was we put forward a recommendation report. The recommendation report covered the reasons and rationales why each of the speed limits were either remaining the same or being amended, or if there was any further comments based on submissions. So we listened to the public, all of their submissions that came in, and made some changes. So you'll see in your agenda item today, there's the amended recommendations report to this point. So maybe one example to share is the Bailey's Coast Road. It's gone from to 80 k's now, isn't it? So
recommended 60 originally, but through feedback changed to 80. That's right.
Yeah, so of course it was across the board. There was a lot of feedback and recommendations about what we should do with the speeds, and informed again by the technical report, why should we do it this way? And then also, of course, the legislation that means that we must be reviewing these safe and appropriate speeds. So bearing in mind, this is a 3-year cycle, so there is an opportunity again to go and revisit these limits as well. So then after the deliberations panel meeting, it comes to this point in time here, where here we are today saying, here's the recommendations report. It's been amended as per all the feedback. We've spoken to the community, we've talked to elected members in terms of the panel on your behalf, and present with you the interim speed management plan. What will happen today is, if that is approved in its entirety like that, that will then go forth, and we need to go to Waka Kotahi, who then approves it. And then all of those speed limits, whether they be amended or not in that format, goes into the National Speed Limit Register.
And then following that, just to add on to that, the physical infrastructure work for new signs or any other infrastructure to support those new speeds would follow from there.
Okay, any questions? Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks for that. Does council have any option other than to impose these restrictions and put up these signs?
So in regards to this report, the council does have 2 options, which, as the agenda item reads, to accept the report as written or to reject it in its entirety. We have no opportunity to amend this report at this meeting.
And if the council rejects it in its entirety, does it have any obligation to undertake any other work, or is that the end of the matter?
If the council rejects in its entirety, this work again will be back out for consultation as part of the regional speed management plan, which is being developed alongside the RLTP.
But why are we duplicating the work in the first place? But it's going to happen regionally anyway.
So the Poutō Peninsula West Coast catchment is a high benefit area, one that was identified during this LTP as the need for really looking at to try to reduce our fatal and serious injury crashes. The regional speed management plan came under the setting of speed rule 2022, and it looks at our whole region. These won't necessarily be changed as part of that plan, but this work was planned
as part of the 21-24 LTP period.
So if council was to approve this and we were to go ahead with implementing it, what would be the total cost of implementation, including purchasing and putting up all the signs for the whole project? And how much of that would fall to our ratepayers?
Certainly. So the project is currently part of your adopted LTP. So that funding, my understanding, has been set aside already. It would be at your normal FAR rate. And please excuse me, but I don't know exactly what that is. And I'm sure someone here. Exactly. So what the cost would be to ratepayers or for the whole project is dependent upon open tender. I can't answer that question with any specificity until it goes out to bid.
You do know, though, what the cost was for the Eastern Review.
I do.
So could you not extrapolate from the number of kilometres of roads and the number of roads, and so that we would be able to know that?
Most certainly. As an exercise while I'm sitting here, likely not. I would say it would be in the ballpark, including the infrastructure improvements, of somewhere between 400,000 and 600,000, but that's a very broad figure.
Thank you.
Councillor Peniora.
What percentage of submitters were in favour of the proposed changes and what percentage were opposed to?
No, sure, yeah. We had, 148 submitters who came forward and gave a formal written submission. And then with 5 of those who chose to speak to their submission. So it was a real range, to be honest, across the board. So again, you don't capture everyone who's either pro or against. So it's quite tricky because that's the opportunities. We have the open period.
So of the 148, submitters, you can't tell me what number of those submitters were in opposition to the changes and what were in favour of them.
Thank you, Councillor. In your report, in the agenda, it's actually got exactly all of the submissions. It's got the summary submissions and all that information is contained within.
I didn't know number that you can just say 130 were in opposition, because the way that you've set it out is really difficult to determine whether you're broadly speaking to submission to the submitters or whether you're identifying one submitter. Like it's not clear to me.
Through the chair, in response to that, it's difficult to quantify only because some of the submissions are very mixed. For example, perhaps they support a lower speed around schools or in urban areas, but don't support changes to Poutō Road, for example.
To say neutral, you could give that a neutral, wasn't for or against.
Councillor No.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Wilson-Collins.
I just have a couple of questions just related to the whole thing. First of all, as you have mentioned, there's significant cost to this exercise, and I hope Kaipara District is not paying for it. Is it being paid by AA or something? That's the first question. Because I would not like ratepayers to pay a significant amount for this kind of thing. A consultation could have happened in many different ways. The second thing I would like to know is I was actually going through those comments. So the current speed limit is 70, safe speed limit is 50, but you chose to do 70. In Bailey's, you did that, regardless of not considering the safe speed limit. And there have been instances you have juggled around. It's not what you listen to. You said the road condition actually allows for more speed limit. So you, in your table, if you look around, there is say current speed limit of 100, safe speed limit, second column is 70, but you go for 80 or 90 because a Bailey Coast Road or whatever it is, less traffic and all. So you are deciding not based on what people say, but based on your parameters. I think it's to be honest, people are not happy about it. It's probably a wasteful exercise, and I would not like to be a part of it. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson-Collins.
Thank you. Just to clarify, that's exactly what happened, is that a safe speed limit was put forward to the community and they weren't happy with it and they were listened to.
Yeah.
And so therefore a new speed limit has been put forward on that road for 80 rather than 60. So in actual fact, the consultation worked very well that the community were listened to. And there are other roads there where the safe speed limit is higher than the speed limit that has been proposed. Because again, the community came to us and they asked us to reduce that speed limit even further in our coastal areas. So I'm confused. I'm really confused about what's going on this morning. There's been a huge piece of work done here. Yes, there are some people who are against some of the changes. I mean, I'm not exactly happy with all of them either, but we have a responsibility, the Road Control Authority, to amend our speed limits to this rule. I don't understand why, if we're just not happy about it, we just reject everything. There was a large number of respondents who were in favour and actually wanted to go even further, and were also asking us about safe speeds on beaches and things like that. There was, yeah, and I've actually had, since we've done that hearing, I've had 2 separate inquiries from residents that I've put through to the staff to come back to me about when their speed review will be, because they live on unsealed roads that are getting busier and busier with growth that we keep encouraging in this district, and it's still 100k speed limit. And when I come back to them and say, well, actually, I've just been involved with a speed review and unsealed roads, we're looking at 60, they are so happy to hear that. They're like, I can't wait for my road to go through this review. I can't wait for that speed limit to be reduced. And those are roads outside of my ward as well that people are coming to me about. I'm really confused, actually, having been on the panel and seeing the information and reading all the submissions and hearing the submissions and working with everybody. Yeah, okay, I'm not necessarily 100% happy with it, but I understand the work behind it. I understand why it's needing to be done, and I'm comfortable that those decisions make sense. We ironed out a few that didn't make sense, and I think that's the real issue. I was driving in January, the very bottom of the South Island, on a very straight, very long, very open road that was only 70 k's and didn't make sense. And I think that's what we were trying to avoid in our panel. And I thought we achieved that. So I would like to see this work approved and carried on, because there's more to come, and there are people in our district who are expecting it to happen. So that's where I'm sitting. So I also just want to thank everybody.
Sorry,
Councillor Larson.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I share a level of confusion with Councillor Wilson Collins in that I'm not aware of a motion that we have on the table at this point yet, but we have moved to statements, and I've seen us traverse through at least 2 statements so far, and I don't know what we're actually debating without having a motion on the table. So you could seek some clarification, or provide it yourself or through the Chief Executive, would be great. Thank you.
Councillor.
Your statement. Can we move to my statement?
Could you clarify my query, please, Your Worship?
So, Mr. Mayor, so we haven't got a motion on the table. Councillor Larson's correct.
We didn't have any firm indications of what the motion would be, so I thought I'd have a discussion.
We're now having a debate. Okay.
It's a discussion, I think.
Councillor Lambeth.
Yes, as you're well aware, I was chair of the Speed Review Committee. I'm getting some looks of confusion from people here. First of all, I'd like to thank all the staff from the NTA and over there for the effort they put in. I'd like to also thank Councillor Wilson Collins and Councillor Williams for their effort on the day. I've been involved with the speed reviews through the Automobile Association for a good 5 or 6 years. No times have I seen, although I've repetitively asked over and over again for evidence that this change of speed zone would reduce fatalities and serious injuries. Never once was any of that evidence provided to me. We do have a speed limit on, and it's got to do with driving to the conditions which are safe. If there's a gravel road, it is inappropriate for somebody to be doing 120k. It's probably inappropriate for them to do 80k. It's probably inappropriate for them to doing 61 kilometres an hour. That's a judgment that they make. It's a judgment they make through their brains, their eyes, and putting their foot to the floor. By putting up road signs is not going to enforce the speed zones. There are, in the submissions, the beaches were not included in this review, and there is a definite need, and there have been some serious incidents on the beach, which will have to be addressed. Also, those beachside suburbs. I'd just like to point out that I took the role of being a chair on this, very unbiased. I went to all the speed review meetings throughout the district. I went to the north, to the south, and everywhere else to listen to what the people said and to watch them. I treated the role very seriously, and I hope that I gave an unbiased view in putting that forward. However, with the cost involved, the lack of enforcement out there, the change in direction from central government about speed reviews and speed reduction, I can't agree to this. I can't pass or second the motion, and that's why I haven't.
So where do we go from here? Councillor Peninsula?
Through the chair, thank you. I'd just like to give some feedback on, because it's an opportunity for you to go away and understand, the feelings and the perspectives on why we can't implement this. My view is that further work needs to be done on it. I do agree to some extent that there are areas like that you've mentioned that can be targeted, but viewing the results as a whole, there's like 7 different speed limits. It's chaotic. It's going to cause confusion. There's going to have to be a lot of signage, enforcement. What about speed cameras in different areas where, just even around this area, there's 30, 60 and 50 and 60. How does any residents have an opportunity to know every road that they drive on? We know that people generally know 100 on the open road, 50 coming into a urban zone, 30 in special zones. As a whole, I understand that there's rationale and justification for every individual one, but as a whole, it's chaotic and unworkable and not realistic, and could actually have an opposite effect due to the confusion. So that's my feedback. Thank you.
So 3 years to me. At the moment, we don't have a motion on the table. There's been, as Councillor Larson's pointed out, a couple of people speaking to it and that sort of thing. If there is no motion or no decision to be made, we'll have to move on to the next item. It would be good to get some decision from council on the way forward here.
Well, I'll take a lead here because I can see that people aren't happy. So I'll put forward, go back, Councillor Peninsula, you wanted option 2, right?
Yeah, as in this 2, option 2.
So I would second that.
So can I just be clear? Is that the reject this
Just to,
in its entirety?
Yeah, and then further north regional thing, I think.
I ask Councillor CE Maris to talk about that because there's quite wide-ranging implications in terms of consultation. Is that correct?
So I might have to talk to the team on this one as well. But at the moment, there is no motion on the table. The other option was to reject the interim speed management plan in its entirety and request that the speed limits review committee reconsider submissions. So that was the option two. That is the option two that's in the table and in the report. And the reason for that is it's quite a technical process that you've travelled through, and you have sought submissions, heard from people that have taken their time to be part of this process and give your feedback. And by just stopping that process with no outcome doesn't give that justice either. So that's why they have the two options are quite clear in there. But I'm just going to pass over to the team presenting to see if there's anything they want to add to that.
Thank you, Ms. Maris. Probably just to point out again the huge significant cost it will be to go out and do the same exercise either again or to revisit some of these submissions where there is again an opportunity again in that 3 years' time to revisit it again and see practically how it's working as well.
So, through the chair, just a clarification, sorry, you have to do it every 3 years, this speed limit review?
So legislation's in place, so they're setting a speed limits rule 2000.
Okay, is it possible that whatever you have recommended, you can let the public know that's what's gonna be and see what kind of reaction we get and then we decide? Is it possible?
We've done
that. Bring it to council today. So that's the interim speed management plan is the culmination of this kaupapa, of this workload. And it's from the technical report. So remembering this has gone over like the span of perhaps a year to go through the technical.
Yeah, I understand that, yeah.
And then the consultation process, the hearing, the deliberations, and then now at this point in time, yeah.
Councillor Erin Wilson.
Just a question, because I'm really concerned. I'm just actually drafting an email back to one of those constituents contacting me about the speed limit of their road, which apparently was going to be reviewed, consultation in the last quarter 23. So I'm letting them know not to hope or pray for anything. How do those residents deal with, because as I said, I've had, besides this West Coast deliberation and the people in that from the community that have asked us to reduce speed limits in certain roads, and these other two that I've been contacted about, how do they go about, because some of them have been contacting council for years trying to get the speed limit reduced on their road. If we're not doing it through these reviews, how do they actually get any action?
Can I, so we don't continue too long today, CE Maris has suggested that we could lie it on the table till the next meeting.
Would still like an answer to my question so I can get back to my constituent.
Well, you can tell your constituents that there's division amongst the members about whether we want to pass it in its current form.
No, they're not part of this review. I'm wanting to let them know what other avenue they have to be able to reduce the speed on their road in case this does not work for them either.
Mayor Maher, I might be able to answer this.
Councillor Lim.
If they're driving speed which is unsafe, then the local law enforcement agency should be dealing with it. They need to make a complaint to the police.
No, you misunderstand my question. They are looking for a reduction of the speed on their road.
Well, this process is still, that remains in the future, doesn't it?
I don't, sorry, if I could speak, I don't think that Councillor Wilson-Collins' question is being answered, and maybe no one in the room does know the answer, and maybe we do need an answer to that question.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So if we lie it on the table, we've got a bit of time till next meeting to sort this out, right?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So this is with the will of the meeting, of course. You know, you could lie it on the table. We could bring it back to the next meeting. The staff could liaise with the hearings panel as well and have a bit more of a further discussion based on the feedback that we're receiving from the council today, and effectively defer the item until the next meeting by doing that.
Yeah, because there may be a halfway point. I feel like you don't have to go through a new consultation period. We just need some more consistency within the report itself. Each individually may be justified, but as a whole, we're talking about 6 or 7 different speed limits, isn't it? within this area here.
Mm.
And that's not working. So there needs to be a real holistic look at it as a whole.
So,
Through the mayor.
Hang on a minute, can I just work with CU Maris here?
what I'm going to suggest through you, Mr. Mayor, is that you could actually move a motion, something along the lines of agrees that this item be reported back to the July council meeting and agrees that staff work with the hearings panel to further refine based on feedback at this meeting, something like that.
Okay. Councillor Manderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I ask through, does council have jurisdictions on all speed limits in Kaipara, or is there another authority that also has jurisdiction on speed limits in Kaipara? And why are we not leaving it to that organisation?
Maybe Councillor Lambert could pull you on that one.
Our roads, there are speed limits.
Sorry, what was that?
They're our roads, so we're the road control. They've already explained this morning.
Okay, righto. Thank you. Just
roads.
Councillor Manderson's clarity. Good. All right.
So, Mr. Mayor, are you happy to do something like that?
Yes, I am. I'd like to know a little bit more about costs too between now and then. Put that up on the board. Yeah, everyone able to read. Councillor Lambert.
Will what's happened today affect the beach speed review, or will you still troop on with that?
Through the chair, the beach will be reviewed as part of the regional speed management plan, assuming this council approves us to go forward with that effort as well. We'll be coming back to you again on that.
Is that a state highway?
No.
No. The beach. Am I able to get the statistics that I requested as well, on how much of the submitters were in, how much were opposed?
Absolutely, we'll provide that.
You know, we're talking of, yeah.
We can provide that clarity as we workshop with the hearings panel if the amendment passes.
I asked the question, can I ask, is there an answer? Is there another authority that has?
There is none. No, the answer.
So are we entitled to set the speed limits on the various roads, on all the various roads in council?
No, the state highways, sorry, to the mayor.
Yep.
The state highways are controlled not by us, by Whakatakahi.
So
we have our local roads.
So we have jurisdiction over council roads. Okay.
Correct me if I'm.
But I'm sure you knew that.
Put it up on the board. We'll talk about it. Okay, so Lana's going to put up a motion on the board so we can move this forward. I'll just have a look. Agrees that the Poutō Peninsula and West Coast Catchment Interim Speed Management Plan is amended and recommended by the Poutō and West Coast Speed Limits Review Committee. Attachment A item is reported back to the July Council meeting. The staff worked with the hearings panel to further refine the feedback provided at this meeting. Is that what you want?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll move that. Would I have a second?
I just want to point out that it doesn't actually read correctly. That the Kaipara District Council or part B.
Agrees that staff work, correct. So, sorry, Alana, just under B, just go agrees that staff. Thank you.
Okay. All good? Okay, I'll move that. Can I have a second, please?
Thank you.
No, I think we've been through enough discussion. We can move it to the vote. All those in favour, raise their hand and say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carried. Let's have some lunch.
You're on.
Okay. We'll reconvene and next item on our agenda is 5.8. Kaipara District Waste Disposal increases 2022. Oh, sorry, I got that wrong. New roads, is it?
Yep.
New roads. 5.5.
So Tracy, what was that?
Video, looking in a moment, the sound is on.
We can continue, eh?
Yeah, we've got a motion on this?
No, not yet.
Not yet. Okay, before we go any further. Gosh, that's a big recommendation, isn't it? Can I have a motion for this one, please? I'll put the motion. Can I have a seconder?
I'll second that, Your Worship.
Thank you. Okay. Lloyd Barton, is it? Thank you, Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, councillors. I'll keep this very brief. Basically, this is the last step of the road naming process. And that last step is your approval for the road names. As you can see, there's 63 all up. They do go back to 2018. Going forward, the resource consents team is going to take on the road naming function. We're committed to doing that promptly with good standards of customer service. So in the future, you'll see road names coming to council for approval more regularly, but with a smaller number on the list. So that's what we're going to do in the future. So happy to answer any questions.
Just clarification, what's the difference vested and private?
Vested refers to public roads. So take a subdivision approval or subdivision application comes to council, we approve it, and if it involves a road, conditions say this road is to be vested in council. It means the council takes it over, we own the road, and we maintain a road going forward. The other things you can get is private ways. They are privately owned and privately maintained. Common, not for them as right-of-ways is a common example of a private way.
Thank you.
There's two that are the same. Tangowahine Lane and also Mini Casey Ride. Is that not going to create a lot of confusion?
I think, sorry, my colleague, Deb Jiv, went through these and she gives her apologies. Unfortunately, she's got a family member who's not well in Australia. My understanding with Mini Casey was an update. I thought it was actually a spelling mistake, but you're correct. I do see it's repeated twice on the list.
And also across on the next list there.
Who's the other one?
Lane. There's two of them.
Sorry, could you say that again?
On the third column there, Lloyd, second and third one down on the right-hand side.
What I suggest we do with those, perhaps from the resolution, can we remove those three from the resolution and we can fix those and bring them back to council.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, if I may. So what we'll do with the agreement of the mover and the seconder, we'll do the Mini Casey Rise updated. We'll use that name. And then we'll just take out one of the Tangowahine Lane and leave it at that.
And thank you for picking that up.
If that's with the agreement of Councillor the Mayor and Councillor Last.
And just to give councillor an example of a vested road would be the main roads in Mangawhai that basically have been built by Mangawhai Central.
Okay.
It's vested in council.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay. Second statement. Mr. Larson.
Nothing further to say, thank you.
Okay, any other elected members wish to speak? Okay, I'm happy with it. All those in favour raise their hand and say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried. Okay. Adoption fees and charges. 5.7.
So through the chair, this will be presented by myself, and I've got Joy Hewlett there to answer some questions. Just to let councillors know, this is the final part of the process in adopting the fees and charges. Fees and charges booklet that you've got incorporates changes suggested by council, and from the hearings last week, the inflation rate was changed from 7.2% down to 6.7%. We believe a robust process has been followed, and we need you to approve the fees and charges. We've detailed the process there for you.
Thank you, Sue. Just while we sort through the paperwork here, you'll need to have a mover and a seconder for the motion.
Thank you, councillor. Who's the seconder? Do we have a seconder?
Not yet.
No seconds.
What, sorry?
Fees and
charges, 5.7.
In that?
Okay. Okay.
I'll take questions. That's it.
Any further questions? Okay, mover's statement.
So I think we talked about last meeting, and I hope whatever was talked about shows in numbers, so 6.7%. And thanks to Aaron for pointing it out, the latest CPI. I think it's a way forward. Whatever decisions we actually put in practice rather than debating. That's me. Thank you.
Second the statement, Aaron Wilson Collins.
My statement, thank you.
Any other elected members wish to speak? Mover's right to reply, Ash.
To who?
No problem, no reply. Okay, all those in favour raise their hand and say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion carried. Okay, the next on our agenda is 5.8 Kaipara District Waste Disposal Increases 2023. Can I have a mover for that, please? Move it. Seconder? Thank you, Aaron Wilson Collins. Okay, staff member, please. Thank you. Power, is it?
Yes.
Thank you, Donna.
Afternoon, Mr Mayor, councillors. Assuming that everyone has read the report, I had a couple of questions that come my way. So the first one from Councillor Petiora around the bags. And with the prices going up, would we be considering a new supplier due to the bags ripping and what have you? So immediately, no. We are looking obviously at strategies around implementing bins. And also, I know there was a bag issue a couple of years ago with the bags ripping. That come down to a faulty material that was going into the bags, faulty run. And we kind of feel now that the bags that are ripping are more due to people putting the likes of cardboard with sharp edges, tins, the plastic meat trays and what have you into the bags. They actually should be going into recycling, not into our blue bags. So yeah, so sorry at this stage, no. And the other question that we had was on a second. Was around, controlling the markets and the prices, the price differences at, say, Foursquare, for example, where often you'll pay up to $5 for a bag, a blue bag. We can't stop that. That's up to the individual business as to how they charge for their products. But what we do say whenever we do communications is if you want to purchase a bag for the council approved costs, come and buy them from a council building and we will guarantee that cost. So they were the only queries I had. Is there any further questions?
Questions of Donna? I've got one. How big a problem are dogs ripping bags open in the district? Just out of interest. Other than my place.
So strangely enough, I actually ran a service request report last night just to have a look at the types of complaints we were getting about the bags. And for the last 3 years, there wasn't actually a single complaint in there about dogs ripping them open.
Okay.
That's not to say it doesn't happen. All that says is that they're not bringing their complaint to council. They may be airing it on Facebook. Yeah, all I can say to that is if you put them out on the morning of collection, obviously the issue is going to be a lot smaller.
Thank you. Any further questions of Donna?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So regardless of what we talked about, they were to do two things. To have the composting, we had a very good presentation. Mr. Wilson Collin also on the waste minimization thing. So what's stopping us to get to the model which Auckland Council is successfully doing? Because we went to Kaipara Refuse, we saw it is astronomical rate. I think it's $600 or $700 for a bin, which should not be more than $200 for the year, which in the long run will be much cheaper than the bags, because this $4 will go to $5 and whatever. And that's the solution we are looking for, at least I'm looking for. So can you just tip us on that?
Yep.
Yeah, thank you.
So a short time ago, a couple of months back, we presented a strategy that proposed exactly that.
Yeah.
And your team voted against it at that point.
But at that point, sorry, Donna, it was mentioned that the government's policy has changed or something. That was in the paper. Is it changed for Kaipara and not for Auckland Council?
So Auckland have already implemented that. The government strategy changes will apply to all New Zealand councils. Different councils have different dates and when to meet it.
So they will get rid of those bins, recycling bins, the Auckland Council, you reckon?
Well, I don't know what Auckland Council.
I think if you could investigate that.
Strategy that they have to. As part of the strategy that we presented to council,
I understand.
That will be coming back to council as part of the LTP.
Okay. All right. I just need more information on that because it fails my little head to believe that something which is done very specifically, which meets both the objective of waste management. And we've been there, coming out and, wasting time and energy and filth. We have to get rid of it somehow at some stage.
Reaching to the converted, I feel exactly the same way.
Thank you.
It's up to council when we do that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Donna. I don't have a statement. Any second statement from Erin Wilson-Collins?
No, but I had a question.
Why did I miss you out on the questions?
I didn't know we finished the question. I never raised my hand.
No, way you go.
Thank you.
My apologies.
So my question, Donna, so these increases are directly related to the government increasing fees, like we're this is all part of the government's plan. Do we have any powers already to work on or help the public, educate the public on minimising what they actually put into landfill? Anything in our budget already? Are we doing anything in that space?
So at the moment, we are working with Sustainable Kaipara to provide education. And the intention is to beef up that education, especially around the upcoming changes and trying to drive our diversion targets up, because the government has also set what our diversion rates will be.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Need a statement? I don't have a statement. A second statement, Wilson Collins.
Thank you. Yeah, so this is unfortunately something that's a byproduct of the changes that are being done from central government, and it's a cost to our residents in our district. We do at the moment have a user pays system for refuse, and despite ongoing feedback that becomes built into our rates and alleviated in some way, we haven't managed to get that across the line. $4.10 per bag, I mean, that's a remarkable amount to be paying now for those bags for the average household. And I think Councillor is quite correct in saying that surely there's going to come a time where the bin situation is going to be a lot more economical for a lot more of our residents. And I just hope that after the presentations that we've had this morning, I really hope that those elected members around the table who are possibly not even listening to me right now because they're all reading things, will be able to take on board those comments and those suggestions, and that we as a council could perhaps be more future focused and more excited about ideas that actually minimise the waste that's being produced, and that we as a council can enable a more circular economy, which keeps coming up in our papers, rather than just looking after the waste at the end of the stream. Our long-term plan headings, we were trying to move that way last term by using the terms waste minimisation rather than solid waste. And I think it's that mindset shift that is needed from decision makers, of which we are, to be able to create the solutions that were presented to us very well this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other elected members wish to speak? Okay, I do not wish to write a reply. All those in favour say aye.
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 Against? Carried. Okay, the next on our list is 5.9. Consolidated General Bylaw, Part 7, Cemeteries and Crematoria. Can I have a mover for that, please? Thank you, Councillor Aaron Wilson. A seconder? Thank you, Councillor Peniora. Okay, who's Virginia? Is she here?
Kia ora.
Welcome.
I can take my report to being read. Again, if you refer back to when we did the science consolidated bylaw review, this is the start of that process for the parts in crematoria. You'll see the recommendations are made in the reports. So yeah, if we have any questions, feel free to ask.
Questions of Virginia, please. Councillor Aaron Wilson Collins.
I had a question I sent in.
Yes.
Earlier.
The answer to yours was around how does council determine where we put these natural burial sites, because currently we don't have any in our cemeteries. You were correct in your assumption that under clause 31 of our current district bylaw, it says in there very clearly that council has the ability to section off parts of our cemeteries for different types of burials. That there is enabled by section 16 of the Burial and Cremation Act.
Thank you very much.
Any further questions? Mover's statement. Thank you, Aaron Wilson Collins.
Thank you very much. This is obviously another part of the unpicking of our consolidated bylaw, and basically all we're approving here is to let the staff get on and do that review and do that unpicking. So easy decision for me today. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a statement, Councillor Peniora?
Concurring with Councillor Wilson Collins, happy for the staff to get on with the work. It's needs to be done to ensure that we're doing things as efficiently as possible.
Thank you. Any other elected members wish to speak? Okay. To the vote. All those in favour, raise their hand and say aye. Carried. Thank you. All right, next on the list is 5.10, which is licence to occupy.
So, sorry to the chair, the last one, we should have said option 3 because the 3 options, we should have voted on option 3 rather than saying they are. So they have recommended 3 options. Table 1, what do you think, see?
So the recommendation that you voted on is in the box. It's been seconded and voted.
Recommended. You fine with that?
Yeah. Okay.
You are the person, not me.
Okay, licence to occupy. Thank you, Anna.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll take the report as read. This is a licence to occupy a portion of our road on Tangowahine Road. The 2 parties are wanting to bring water from one property through to another. They do need our approval to occupy our road, and so today we're just bringing a paper that delegates the chief executive to execute that agreement.
Any questions?
Yeah, through the chair. Do we charge anything to them?
There is a fee. There's a fee.
Can you share? I mean,
it's a nominal dollar fee.
Charge? And is this for 20 or 99 years?
It's 35 years. 35 years.
35. Thank you.
Okay, by the way, I'll move this. Can I have a second?
I can second. Thank you.
Ash. Okay, any further questions of Anna? Councillor Lambeth.
So I've got that fee right. It's not a typo. It's 10 cents a year. Yeah, it's a minor typo. Sorry about that.
Like peppercorn.
Yeah. Any further questions? Okay, all good with me. Move a statement. Second statement, that is Ashna.
No, I think these are the processes we should be just go ahead and do it. This helps the constituents to do the things. And I encourage them to come with these solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members wish to speak? Okay, all those in favour, raise their hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against, motion carried. Right, the next one on our list is 6.1, which is quarterly performance measures, January 23. Then this is our very own TE, Jason Maris.
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. Did you want to move her in a seconder for that?
Yes, I'll move it. Ashna will. Okay.
All right. So basically, you've read the report. This is covering the 3rd quarter ending 31st of March. Wave 2 with the resident survey was from 10th of February to 21st of March. So that sort of covers the storm periods that we had. In summary, there's 46 achieved, 7 in progress, nearing achievement, and 10 currently not achieved at this current stage. The not achieved, I won't go over the ones that have been recently covered last time we talked about it. But obviously waste management is one. Trust in the council is reducing somewhat. Under building control, the satisfaction was relatively low. However, if you note in the comment there, that's a very small number of responses to that service gets reported. And so we've done our own survey actually with 30 responses to date, which are indicating a 79% satisfaction rate. So we're trying to get to more rich data that we can use with the people who actually use the service in that space, rather than the 1 or 2 people that we ring random that haven't used the service. So we're working in that space, so it's very good. What I'd like to also say though is 100% targets reached, nearly reached for the building consents, so 152 of 157, that's read as well, but there are explanation why we didn't quite reach them, and 111 of 114 were on time. What I would like to point out though, with the resource consents, back to 100% now, which is great. We're still doing that with a reduced staff as well, while we're still seeking more planners who are as tight as hen's teeth to find. One other point I'd like to make before I ask over for questions, that's 9.13 about dog attacks. So 14 of 18 were responded to within an hour. We did have an AMO shortage there for a bit. We've now resourced that up as well, so we're better in that space. Also want to recognise that within an hour it's quite difficult for us to meet when the district is quite as large as it is. So they're really hard to try and get there as much as they can. So that's pretty much all I wanted to sort of point out today, unless there are any questions.
Any questions?
So through the chair,
Penny Ora.
I have two questions.
Hang on.
One question, whatever you.
Sorry, Ash, I just pointed to Penny Ora.
Sorry.
Councillor Penny Ora.
Thank you through the chair. Sorry, just going back to 6.1 waste minimisation. So we're sitting at 57% of the target of 70. That's very, very low, 57%. And the comments are the cost and the use of the plastic bags. So we've just recommended to increase the cost, and we're still going to keep the current manufacturer of the bags. So this just goes to the point that ratepayers and citizens are not happy with the bags. They're not, some cardboard may puncture through them, but they're really, really flimsy. Just something as simple as strengthening them would make a huge difference, particularly when we're increasing the cost. So you can probably only get the bags 3/4 of the way full to ensure that they don't rip. So you're not able to, use the whole bag presently. So they're paying more for less, in a sense.
Any further questions?
I had a question. So I had actually two items. 1.4 on transportation. You have mentioned, Norris, that maintenance contract will be evaluated at the end of the financial year. I think it will be quite unacceptable to elected members, because that's the key issue, that maintenance of the road is below par. So I think it should be evaluated more often. So every meeting you can come up with the standards you have achieved, or what is lacking, or what we can do and how we can help. The second item was the major capital projects. And we all know that that was a big issue in unaccomplished items. And I think we should give some attention to that as well. So it's 2.9% accomplishment is very, very low. It's almost like we are just putting all those millions of dollars to the vagaries of inflation and cost of living. And we end up with a figure that we had 100 million, and actually we just have $80 million worth because the cost has increased.
Is that a question?
No, that's what I'm.
Okay.
I'll answer his questions if you.
The question is simply, can we come up on these two items on a regular basis rather than on a yearly basis?
Sure, we'll look at that. They're set in the LTP. What I would say about the road maintenance contract is the Mill Forum received a report last week around a process around that. Now that is also going to come to council most likely at the July briefing around the maintenance contract, what you want to do in that space. Subsequent decision making by council post that. It's also going to be a topic at RTC, as well as the Northern Four Together meeting in the 18th of July, which we're hosting. So that's all. There's a lot of work going on in that space in the background, and recognising that the feedback from quite a few people in the district is that we need to lift the game in the maintenance side of things. And Councillor Naya, the cap, you were talking about water capital expenditure, wasn't that? What number was that?
2.9.
No, so what's the number of the measure? Is that 2.9, is it?
Well, it says page 454, major capital projects are completed within a budget, 2.29%.
Yeah.
It's orange. I don't think it's orange is good.
Okay, so I can't seem to find it. Here we go here, right? So that is to do with water supply. capital projects for water supply only.
Yeah.
And the commentary talks about the projects that they've done a lot of planning and they're starting to construct, and that'll increase quite considerably. If you note by the comment, it should bring it close to 100% by the end of the year. It's a specific couple of projects in water supply rather than the capital for the whole council.
Any further questions? Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins.
I don't have a question, but I would like to just have my fellow elected members aware, because this goes back into last term, but just further on to the comments already made in regards to the waste minimisation and the decisions that we have had to make today. The last survey result was at 62.5%, which still didn't reach target. And I'm not sure if I've ever seen it reach target, but just to give you an idea, that was January, March last year, so a whole year later, and it's dropped quite significantly on that measurement. Trust everybody.
Thank you. No further questions. Thank you very much, Jason. That's my statement. Second statement, Mr. Ashnair, councillor.
No, I think this is something is mandatory and quite acknowledged, and briefs us where do we stand during the year. So thanks for that, for putting it up, and hopefully it'll be better every time, more and more. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other elected members wish to speak? Okay, let's go to the vote. All those in favour, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Against, motion carried. Right, what have we got now? 6.2, Citizens Report. Back to our CE, Jason Maris.
Indeed, Mr. Mayor, if you wouldn't mind getting the mover and a seconder, that would be good to just note that.
Okay, could I have a mover for that, please? Okay, I'll move it. A seconder?
Yep.
Thank you. Wilson-Collins.
Once again, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is the normal monthly report on there. What I would say, if you look at the monthly income statement on page 482, we're tracking as per budget. You'll note that the employee benefits underspend is growing. It's now over $1 million. That's because we're carrying quite a few vacancies still in the organisation, so that's why there's an underspend there. The repairs and maintenance on page 484. There's a little bit of information about the impacts of the storm damage. So 1.1 million extra in cost to date, and the fact that we're going to be claiming them from Whakakotahi and in the NEMA, sorry. Under CapEx though, so we've got an approved total CapEx now of 79.1 million for the year. Right, this has been indicated quite a few times previously, which included additional 34.7 million in carry forwards plus 17 in budget variations. So the capital program is quite big. Year to date spend is only 28.7. So we are obviously at risk of not meeting our CapEx budget, but this has been signalled to you many times already. So just want to point that out to you. The carryover estimate this year is looking at 34.1 million. And it's summarised in the table at the end of the exceptions report.
So what was that?
So there's a table right at the end, a spreadsheet with yellow highlighted projects. They're what is likely to be carried forward. We're still doing quite a bit of work in that space to work out what we're doing there. And of course, that'll come to council for decision making once we've confirmed all that. Now, the storm impact has had obviously a big flow-on impact for our capital program. They're the only points I wanted to sort of highlight for you today.
So any questions there of Jason on this matter? You're off the hook.
I had a couple of questions, sorry.
Councillor Peninsula, did you have a question?
Oh, yes, sorry, I had sent them in earlier. So item number 9, I was just wondering who the Te Kōpuru Community Development Group.
It's the next item, I think.
Oh, the next one?
It's a resolutions register, I think. Is that right?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Okay, mover's statement. Thank you very much, Jason. Seconder statement.
Thank you very much, Jason.
The other members wish to speak. Councillor Larson.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. Thank you very much, Jason.
Okay, let's go to the vote. All those in favour, please raise their hand and say aye. Aye. Against, motion carried. Okay, the next one, 6.3, resolutions register. It's to be, it's presented by Alana. Thank you, Alana.
I'll do that.
I'll get a motion there first. Can I have a mover?
Yep.
Yeah, thank you, councillor. Erin Wilson-Collins, and a seconder?
I can second it.
Thank you, councillor Ashnar.
Okay, so this is obviously just the normal resolutions register that we update and put on for you so you can track where we're going. Councillor Paniora, you asked a few questions, I think. One of them was around the visions and outcomes on resolution number 35. So obviously at the moment that's the one that you've decided, and that's the wording we're using, and we've used it in all the LTP pre-engagement, all that sort of carry on. If that's something that you would want to discuss with your council, you'll need to do that outside perhaps. But that's what we've got the resolution on at the moment, so that's the one we're running with. Te Kopuru Community Group, that's number 9, I believe. So that's quite an active group, actually. We've been quite involved with them over the years with their playground and reserve. They come quite often to LTP and annual plan engagements. I think they sang a song last time. We can get the context for them if you need.
Oh, no, I just wondered. Yeah.
So can you a bit expand on it? So this license to occupy is the grounds and everything. Because I think Gordon Walker is involved in this, isn't it? Now he's the chairman or something?
I couldn't tell you.
On the street. So there's no issues pending as such from them.
We're still working with them on the LTO, I understand. But I don't know if we have any other update at all. We're still working with them on the LTO.
Thank you.
Item number 11, Councillor Paniora Better Off Funding Package. So that is coming to the briefing next week. The council gave us the direction to relook at tranche 2 funding. And so we sought feedback from you all on what projects could or you'd like to have a discussion about. And so that agenda will come out this week.
Yeah, I was there at the briefing. It's just not updated on the register.
Okay.
And then 37 was just a request for to have a look at the agreement once it's complete for the private road ceiling.
So we would normally, our process for that is you guys, the council's made the decision. We would then work with our legal advisors to get that legal agreement in place. Normal to come back to council with that.
I'm not asking for it to come back to council, just a copy to make sure our tight resources are not being used on private roads.
As in?
Our roading teams.
So we will just go through that process with them. Once we get the legal agreement, I'm happy to provide it to you.
Yeah.
Now, have I missed any other questions from the resolutions register?
Other questions? Councillor Lambeth.
Item 4. Has there been any development since writing of this report, or the sandbags that's creating an eco issue?
Is your question about the sandbag itself specifically?
What stage are we exactly at with them?
Yeah, I need to answer that.
I met with 3 members of the Camping Ground Association, and we've come to a decision where the stream is very dynamic and the ocean currents are very dynamic, and over the last and subsequent to my correspondence with them, we've seen some more movement on the toilet side. Now, what I've commissioned, and we are going to meet, my staff are meeting with them, when I say them, the people on the cliff top, on Friday. We want to do some geotechnical bores. Very simple augers to find where the hard layer is. Once we find that out, we're going to work with the community to come up with a solution. And the solution will be bringing more of the dune back and diverting the stream away from the dune. So we've come to a reasonable agreement with that community now. I think there's been a little bit of misunderstanding amongst the members. So I've spoken to the members that are directly impacted, and I think we've got a good way forward.
I really appreciate that because it's.
Sorry, through the chair, that's one matter I have reignited and given you some options through Peter Withing, Deputy Mayor. Sorry?
Sorry, as Gordon was talking, can you?
Thanks for that. It's one of those emotional issues. It's got quite emotional out there, got quite touchy, and the community is forever demanding of actual answers from everyone. So it's best that it's ongoing and you're doing the research on it. Am I correct there?
Correct, yeah. So a month ago, they approached me to say, hey, look, we've got a solution and some funds to put towards or even take over from council the erosion that's occurring on the dune. Subsequent, they've retracted from that, and the money that they had secured is probably we understand the dynamics of that ocean, and the ocean is saying, restore me back to where I was many decades. A species of plant that interlocks it and divert the stream away from the toe of the bank. So we want to return it back to its natural state, because I think over the last year, the streamers and the ocean's been saying, put the sand dunes back to where they were. So it's the outcome that we're wanting to seek with the community.
Very much.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, I'll keep the good work. Any other elected members wish to speak? No. So, all those in favour, please raise their hand and say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carried. Okay, now I need to get myself to move into public excluded session. Can I have a second that?
I will.
Peter and Wilson Collins. All those in favour, aye.
Aye.